she'll be throwing the bash. I need a woman who'll treat me right. I need a woman who'll love and squeeze me tight. I need a woman. I need a woman tonight. I need a woman I can call my own. She got the love the blues and she'll buy me home. She'll tie me up at night and make me say when the sun comes up we'll do it all again. I need a woman who'll love and squeeze me tight. I need a woman who wanna treat me right. I need a woman. I need a woman tonight. Well, my days are numbered and I'll tell you why. All the pretty girls keep walking on by, looking and smiling and winking to me. I got a woman who won't let me be. I need a woman who will squeeze me tight. I need a woman who will treat me right. I need a woman tonight. I need a woman. Yeah, I need a woman. Looking for a woman. Yeah, got to have a woman. Oh, I need a woman. I need a woman tonight. Every time you start to speak, your words just fade away. Every time you take a step, you walk the other way. No, I'm trying to be good. Why don't you treat me that way? You're walking and you're talking, giving me the blues every day. Told me that you love me just the other day. I knew that you were lying, but there was nothing I could say. No, I'm trying to be good. Why don't you treat me that way? Yeah, you're walking and you're talking, giving me the blues every day. Well, you threw your arms around me, we were walking down the street. Then I saw you winking right every single guy we meet. You know I'm trying to be good. Why don't you treat me that way? Hey, you're walking and you're talking, giving me the blues every day. The ultimate zing.
God damn it. Thank you, Immortal. I know. I forgot to hit the fucking button. That's the second time I've done that. I got this I've got the Stream Deck now, and it's so fucking exciting that I can just hit a button and turn my mic on and off cuz I can use it as a cough button like that. You know what I'm saying? And that's the second fucking time since I've gotten this thing that I forgot that I have a button that I got to turn my mic on. The very first time I was ever on the air in my life in radio, I worked at an oldies radio station, WOCL FM, Cool 105.9. This was in the mid 90s, like 94 to like 96, 93 to 96, somewhere in there is when I worked there. And I was so excited that it was going to be my first time ever going on the air. Up to this point, I had done, a lot of production work, and I'd been working toward it, and went in and was trained on all the equipment, and this was the big night. So there was this girl that, and thank you, Immortal, for letting me know that it wasn't working.
The ultimate zing.
It's not really the ultimate zing, but I ultimate zinged myself, I guess. So anyway, my very first air shift, there was a girl that worked overnights. And I came in, and she was supposed to be the one to kind of guide me through it and help me out my first time on the air. So it's just her and I. It's like, I think this was an overnight shift. And it was like, I don't know, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. or some crazy shit like that, And maybe it was midnight to 6, whatever it was. It was a late night shift. And so there's no one listening. That's the idea, right? The first time you go on the air. So there I am. I'm in the chair. I'm sitting in front of the microphone. I got the headsets on. And I've got the CDs that I got a player lined up, and there was this we called them carts, but they were like these they were like 8-track tapes that were really common in radio back in the day. And carts where you had all the commercials and a lot of music beds and sound effects and stuff. So like, for instance, you'd have a cart machine that you could shove like 8 of these things in, right? And it's like 8-track players, and then you have your soundboard there, your mixing board, and you could hit a button and it'll trigger, cart number 1 or cart number 2. So you could put like a sound effect on that cart, and whenever you wanted to hit it, you'd hit the button and the cart would play. What made carts unique was, you could erase them, and then you could put a little tone on them that nobody could hear. They were imperceptible, but the machine could hear it, right? So that's how it knew when to stop. So you could have like let's say like a 60-second cart, and you could have a 3-second sound effect on there over and over again, and it would fire right up. What's up, Miss B? So I don't know why I'm giving you all this technical shit about carts. You don't give a fuck. The point is that I'm sitting there, and in the cart machine was there was like a top of the hour cart. And then, so at the top of the hour, you would hit this button, and it had like a little jingle. It would say like, and it would have the, like the station identification. You used to have to like say where you were broadcasting from and where the antenna was, right? So it would say like Orlando DeLand because we were broadcasting in Orlando when the radio tower was in DeLand or some shit like that. So it's the top of the hour, and you would hit this thing, and it would do like this station ID. WOCLF. It was a pre-recorded, voiceover with a jingle. So it'd be like, you're listening to WOCL-FM, Cool 105.9, Orlando, DeLand, Good Time Oldies. And then there would be like a music bed of just, it's just like I have here when I want to talk over music. It's like, here we go. I got a little something to talk over here, right? As a matter of fact, let me adjust that. I'm sure that's too loud. Let's see. I wonder. Tell me if that's too loud or not. Curious. See that? I got to do a test and explain. Let me know if that music shit was too loud in relation to my voice. But anyway, the point is, you'd have a music bed like that. And you would talk over the music bed. So, there'd be a big, deep-voiced guy on the thing, and he'd go, WOCL-FM, Cool 105.9, Orlando DeLand. And then you'd have this music bed, and then it was your job to read some shit, right? It would be like, there was all these cards that told you what to say, and then you would fill in blanks on them, right? So the first one would be like, hey, this is, my radio name was Zach Ryan. It'd be like, Cool 105.9 FM. This is Zach Ryan playing the good time oldies throughout the night, blah, 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 blah. And it was a certain thing that you were supposed to read, and it was timed out so that when you read it at the proper speed, then the jingle would just play, right? So you had 10 seconds to say it, and then the jingle would come on. This was all, but technically, all you had to do was this. On the technical side, all you had to do was, all right, it's 1 a.m. on the dot, hit the little button, where the ID plays, turn your microphone on, say this 10 seconds of shit, and then the jingle comes on, and then you hit your music, right? You hit the first song, okay? Yeah, a little bit too loud. Okay, I'll figure it out. So then you hit the first song. I was so fucking nervous my first time ever going on the air. So goddamn nervous. And I had in my head rehearsed this a million times. I'm like, okay, I'm going to hit this, say this, hit this, right? 1 a.m., hit the button, listen to the thing, say this shit, hit the other button, all good. So this girl's sitting next to me. She's helping me out. And she was so supportive, too. She was like all about me, my first time on the air. So I hit the button, and with all of my heart and soul, just the way I started this show. Hey, good time oldies, Cool 105.9. It's Zach Ryan taking you through the night playing those good time oldies to keep you happy. Cool 105.9, WOC, and a little jingle. And then I hit the song, and I look over at the girl. She's like, that was really good. I'm like, I couldn't hear anything in my headphones. And then we realized, oh, I forgot to turn the microphone on. So all you heard was WOCL-FM Orlando DeLand. And then you heard some music. Fun, timey music. And then the jingle, Cool 105.9. And then My Sharona or some shit. So yeah, it was my it's funny because at the time I was fucking mortified. Like I beat myself up about that for, I can't tell you how long I beat myself up that my first time on the air that I didn't turn my own microphone on and I just played this jingle. It was like the goddamn end of the world to me. Now I just think about it, I'm like, why did I ever even give a shit? So then I had a buddy of mine that was went to the same college as me, and he was interning at the radio station I was now working at. It was kind of funny because I got a job at Cool 105.9 while I was still in college, and some of my classmates were my interns, and but to my credit, I was not a dick. Normally, I would be such a dick, but I was nice to these guys, right? I mean, these are my friends, and they're my interns, so you would think I would have tortured them, but I absolutely never tortured my friends. But one of them, it was I'd been now working there a couple of years at this point, and one of my buddies was interning there, and they were giving him an opportunity to go on the air, and they asked me if I would help him out. So now I'm in the same position that girl was. All those, a couple of years before, the girl that had helped me out my first time when I was so nervous. Now I'm helping a friend of mine out. Same exact situation. All right, here's your headphones. Here's the chair that got the microphone. You're going to hit this. You're going to read that. Then you're going to hit this. And you're going to hit that, right? It's like button, talk, button, button, right? Whatever it was not that big of a deal, but you're nervous as fuck. My buddy's the same age as me, so he's probably at that time, he was probably 19 or 20 years old, something like that. And unfortunately, I mean, no one ever found out, but unfortunately, he did turn the microphone on because mine was like, hit the button, loud voice, music, jingle, where was the DJ? Okay, pretty stupid, but no one heard anything. It was just some music without a DJ talking. When my buddy did it, hits the button, jingle, and he's like flustered, but his microphone is on, and I'm trying to point to him, like I'm trying to help him, and he goes, shit. Right over the air. So I turned the mic off, hit the button for him, played the song, and I started laughing. I'm like, bro, that went out over the air. He got all flustered. Just went, shit, right into the microphone. So yeah, man, it's that was not how I planned on starting this show, but that, for those of you that just got here, I started this particular show with so much enthusiasm. I mean, right out of the gate, I immediately was like, all right, we're into it. Had a joke right out of the gate. And then I find out I forgot to turn my mic on. So, see, how long have I been technically a broadcaster? I guess since I was like 19, 20. See, how old was I the first time I ever went on the air? I think I was either 19 or 20. I think I was 19. But I'm 46 now, so minimum I was at least 20. So at least 26 years of professional broadcasting, and I still forget to turn the microphone on. It's probably because I didn't smoke yet. This is Jetpacks enhanced with Keef sativa pre-roll, 0.5 gram from Blue Magic. We're gonna give this a try. This show now is going to be Monday through Thursday at noon, and then Fridays, the time will vary. Probably 7 p.m. on Fridays, but Fridays are going to be up in the air. That's a weird day and night for me, especially when things return to normal and I'm normally performing on Friday nights. So for now, Monday through Thursday at noon, and Friday, who the fuck knows, probably 7, but you can always count on me the first 4 days of the week at noon. And drinking coffee, smoking a fatty. It's a different experience, but I think this is going to be good. And thanks for joining me. We're going to finally get into what I started to talk about, which was an elementary school teacher asked parents to wear clothes and avoid appearing with big joints. It's a little joint in the background of Zoom classes. This is just a little 0.5 gram mini joint. So, are you allowed to appear with mini joints in the background of Zoom classes? This is funny. This is the first time I ever heard of an elementary school teacher complaining about a big joint, if you know what I mean. Huh? Who's with me?
The ultimate zing.
How does the ultimate zing sound? Is that loud enough? Can you hear that? I got my joint, got my coffee, and I got a news story. Let's go into it. Elementary school teacher. Of course, it's in Florida. His family's adjust to virtual learning and remote school days amid the pandemic. One teacher's issuing a stern reminder to parents about their on-camera behavior. It's funny, man. If for over 10 years, I used to teach elementary school kids an enrichment program called Math-O-Magic, where I would teach them how to do magic tricks based on math. And and I did this for over 10 years. 2 schools a day, Monday through Friday. I went to each school for an hour, but I went to 2 different schools a day, Monday through Friday. And after years of doing that, one of the things you start to realize, because I would essentially performing for these kids for an hour. I mean, it was a class, but I was entertaining as fuck. I used them as guinea pigs a lot to work on material, I'd have a new trick that I wanted to do for adults, and I would do it for them because these little fucking bastards are so observant. It's like I knew if I could entertain these little cunts with a magic trick, I knew the adults would like it. You'd have to change the way you presented it. But as far as just working it out and like getting the feel for it, it's like, I would practice it a bunch at home. I'm like, okay, I'm ready to try it. Then I would do it twice a day, every day in front of these kids and put up with them being little bastards about it. They were such dicks. But they were, by the end of the week, halfway through, by the end of the week, the other kids that hadn't, been my original guinea pigs, as soon as they liked it, I'm like, oh, I've got a winner now. Point is, you realize that kids and adults are exactly the same. I'm going to tell you something that I'm ashamed that it's taken me so many years to figure out. Sometimes I get one of these pre-roll joints, and you go to hit it, and there's nothing. What I've found is if you take your fingers and you pinch right where the filter meets the rolling paper, and you kind of crush it around there, sometimes what's happening is there's a little blockage there, but if you give it a little squeeze, you can open that up. I was freaking out because I was like, hey, man, I was all excited to have this, to smoke this pre-roll, and I wasn't getting a hit off of it. But I figured that out the other night. I'm like, I wonder if I knew that before and just forgot because I'm a stoner. Anyway. Yes, sativa. Start the day with the sativa. The point is, this is what I realized was entertaining kids and adults was exactly the same shit. You realized, like, going from spending so much time with the kids, I was like, oh man, when I'm performing for adults, they respond to the same exact shit. The words are different, but what's making them laugh and what's entertaining and the way they behave. That's the other thing is you realize, you think, oh, when you're a kid, you grow up, you're going to fucking be something different. Then you realize as an entertainer, oh, these people are not, everybody's just a kid. Everybody's a kid that just looks uglier, but smells better and carries fewer diseases typically. Not corona, but you know what I'm saying. Well, when I say filter dub style, I mean, crutch. Some people call them filters. There's, it's like it's a piece of cardboard that you've never gotten I can't believe I'm explaining this. Hey, Dub Style, how you doing, by the way? I didn't even see you go in there. Hi, everybody. I didn't give everybody a proper hello because I'm like forgetting to turn on the microphone in the beginning. Hello, everybody. Hope you're all feeling gay as fuck today. I am. I'm feeling super gay. First day of doing the show at noon. Glad to see some old friends here like Dub Style and Miss B and Immortal. I didn't know if people would follow me to noontime. All right, let's go back to the article. This is pretty great. So in a videotaped school board meeting on Wednesday, Edith Pride. That sounds like the name of an elementary school teacher, doesn't it? Miss Pride, what's your first name? Well, that's not for you to know. You're a child. You're a student. You call me Ms. Pride. But what's your name? It's Edith. Oh, Edith, but you call me Ms. Pride. Okay, Ms. Pride. Her name's Edith, guys. Remember my elementary school, there was a teacher's lounge that teachers still openly smoked in. You would go in there sometimes, like they never wanted kids in there, but sometimes you'd have to, they'd say, hey, just grab this real quick, and you'd go in there, and all your teachers would be in there. They're fucking having a party, having a fucking happy hour in there, just smoking up a storm. I think that was better, man. I think it's better if I think it was a better world when you could just smoke wherever the fuck you wanted. I think secondhand smoke is a bullshit complaint. And I'm not a cigarette smoker. What do you think of that? I feel like if you want to have a restaurant and allow smoking, then, that's a business decision. Anyway, I thought they're crutches. It's actually a filter. No, sir, I've never lived in a legal state. Yeah, it's a crutch. It's not. They just call it filters. You know what I mean? No one calls them crutches. I mean, sometimes they do, but generally, I don't know. So, Dub, it's just to answer your question. Yeah, normally you'd roll a joint in rolling paper, right? And then it's hard to, as it gets all slobbery and stuff at one end, it gets gross. So you take a little piece of cardboard, right? And you roll that into the rolling paper. You should be able to, you should be able to see the white part here. It's just cardboard. And then right here is the actual rolling paper. So you get to smoke the whole thing. And you don't have to touch a wet, slimy end. I'm not thrilled with this joint. It's just not burning very well, but it was cheap. So, whatever. All right. So in a videotaped school boarding meeting on Wednesday, Edith Pride, an elementary school teacher in Boca Raton, I'm from Florida originally. If you don't, little piece of trivia for you, Boca Raton means mouth of the rat. Boca Raton, Florida, spoke up about the incidents she'd witnessed while teaching via teleconferencing. Parents, please make sure that you have on proper clothing when you're walking in front of or behind the child's computer, Pride said. We've seen them in their drawers, their bras, and everything else. What else is there? She's seen them in their drawers, their bras, and everything else. Okay, I know what drawers and bras are. She's definitely from the South. Drawers. Put your drawers on. So let's see. Drawers and bras. What else could there be? Like ball gags. We've seen. You got to be careful, parents. We've seen you in your drawers, your bras, your ball gags. Your cock rings. We saw one man walk by in a butt plug. I mean, it was the darndest thing. It was the biggest butt plug I'd ever seen. I was like, hey, I'm trying to teach your boy how to read. And you're walking by with the butt plug, and all the other kids are laughing. She also reminded parents that all students on a video call can hear parents' discussions in the background of a lesson if the computer's unmuted, so many have been exposed to cussing and inappropriate language. Again, aren't those the same thing? What you guys are calling a crutch, we call a tokestone. That's a new one for me. I've seen one kid roll a piece of matchbook into a joint before. Yeah, I could see that. It's funny about cussing and inappropriate language. I had a thought yesterday about how people think that Jerry Seinfeld is a clean comedian. I want to know, why is why is he considered clean when, like, for example, the TV show Seinfeld did an entire episode about trying to not jerk off, right? Whole episode about masturbation. Now, I think this whole idea of dirty and clean is silly anyway, but why is it's just the words that matter? In other words, the whole thing's about jacking off. but you couldn't say it. So people go, oh, that was so brilliant. They did this really, edgy episode on network TV in prime time about masturbation without ever saying the word. Isn't that brilliant? Well, it is. I thought it was great. I'm just saying, it's such a strange world where the words matter. It really is supposed to be about intention, but it's amazing. It's like I knew a girl that for some reason hated the word moist. It just bothered her. Some people have a word they just don't like. Maybe that's it. Maybe words just create a visceral reaction in people. And that's what they object to. I don't know. All right. Continuing. Pride's final plea to parents even drew laughs from the audience. When you're helping your children at the computer, please do not appear with big joints in your hand and cigarettes, she said. Problems with parents' on-camera behavior do not appear to be limited to Pride's classes. Several other teachers in the school district reported instances of alcohol consumption and drug use taking place on camera in students' homes. That's hilarious. They're like some kid's trying to do his work, and the dad comes over and says, hey, I need to use your mouse pad to chop up a line. The kid's trying to do arts and crafts. Mom comes over and takes the kid's razor blade and starts chopping up a line. Fucking, or even better, some parents are so high they just start, participating in the arts and crafts themselves. They're like, oh, pipe cleaners. I remember playing with these when I was a kid. I'm so in. Excuse me, Mrs. Dorsey. Please let your child complete the project on his own. I just want to play too. There's plenty of pipe cleaners to go around, man. Why are you harshing my fucking, that thing? You're harshing it, man. Mrs. Dorsey, your buzz, are you referring to your buzz? Yeah! You're harshing my buzz, man. Let me just help my fucking kid with the pipe cleaners. He's not even into it, He's the smart one in the family. Should they still be doing pipe cleaner art in the 11th grade, by the way? Jerry says he's never used the N-word in his entire life and finds using curse words to get laugh easy. First of all, I don't know about what words he has and hasn't ever used, but he does curse in real life, by the way, just not on stage. And this idea that cursing is somehow, it makes getting laughs easier, is one of the greatest comedic myths purported, perpetuated, espoused, shared ever. I can't believe in this day and age that people even give a shit about words, like that they're shocked by any words anymore. Listen, sometimes, I love grammar, right? Sometimes I will speak grammatically incorrect to color what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like you want to add a little coloring to the language. So you go, oh, I done did it. Oh, I done did it this time. You say something like the word ain't. Right? Whatever. There's just certain. So, I don't know. It's an absurd idea. If all you had to do to be funny was just say bad words, then you could just go out there and say bad words. I give you an example. Dice Clay with his nursery rhymes. What made it funny wasn't that he was saying bad words. It was the contrast between children's nursery rhymes and saying filthy things and also his characterization. You know, it's part of what makes South Park funny is it's always funny when little kids are acting horribly inappropriate. I still haven't seen Cuties, by the way. I do have it. I haven't watched it yet. I watched The Social Dilemma instead. I had both on deck, and I went with The Social Dilemma. I didn't find, maybe it's because I grew up with being a computer nerd and programming and all that shit. I didn't find much in The Social Dilemma to be like eye-opening to me. The one thing that did stand out though was there's an analogy where he says, if there's one Wikipedia. So if we all go to Wikipedia, we're all seeing the same thing. So if you look up like, hey, what's the discography of the Doors, go to Wikipedia, we're all going to see the same discography of the Doors. Where on the other hand, the social media platforms, everybody's having a different experience. And I already knew that, but having it pointed out, I went, you know what? That really is tremendous, because you realize why it is that people are seeing the same topics. There's one subject and they're seeing it completely different ways. It's like, oh, well, people are in these echo chambers where they're just on a constant feedback loop, hearing what they want to hear, having, confirmation bias exponentially fed into them like on a loop. I honestly will listen to people I don't like on a regular basis just so I know what's being said out there. You know what I mean? I'm not a big I'm not a big Ben Shapiro guy. He seems like a nice guy. There's some things I agree with him on. There's a lot of things I don't. But I'll listen to Ben Shapiro. Red Bar shits on a lot of people that I actually like. And I don't like the idea that the guy's whole career is just shitting on people. But then I think about what do comedians do? As a comedian, I pretty much just shit on everything. I mean, one way or another, right? So, I don't know. So I'll listen to Red Bar. I've been listening to Red Bar lately. But anyway, Miss B says, visceral, good description. That's exactly what drives the left nuts. Well, what's so weird about people on the left, and a lot of people have been pointing this out, but it's so obvious, is that for some reason you just can't speak to them. I don't know what it is. You could have some fucking hillbilly sitting at a bar in Kentucky, and I swear you could walk up to him and go, hey, I'm from California. We probably feel different about a lot of things, but would you like to talk about it? And you could probably talk to that guy without him wanting to fight you. Try doing the same thing. Try being a hillbilly and going to coming here to Santa Monica and walking up to, some woke asshole, and believe me, they're easy to find, and saying, hi, I'm from Kentucky. Being out here in the Los Angeles, pretty different. I was wondering if you might like to talk to me a little while. They would look down at you with such condemnation and condescension, and as soon as you started giving them facts, they would freak the fuck out and get emotional and wouldn't be able to have a conversation with you. Dub Style. Jerry's talked about it in depth with Chris Rock and Louis. Jerry's kind of like a comedy stop. Oh, listen, man, I'm a comedy nerd, so I know Jerry's stance on this. I know Jerry in his private life cusses on a regular basis. He said so. My thing is, I don't think there's a yin and yang with all of this. Like, part of me believes in developing a philosophy for yourself as a performer. And another side of me says you have to kind of like also be willing to break your own rules. So, there's you could have the philosophy of have decided I want to be a clean performer. Some people just are naturally clean. They're just not dirty on stage. Like Brian Regan, he's like, it's not what he'll cuss in his personal life, but on stage, it's just not what works for him. So sometimes you just also find out what works. There's comedians. It might have been Brian Regan, but there was at least, if it wasn't him, it was another clean comic that was saying, yeah, they actually were jealous of comedians who could be really dirty and really edgy. They're like, I just can't do that. They just won't accept it from me for whatever reason. Like I've tried it and they just look at me and they're just like not buying it from me. And I forget who that was, but that's probably because that's who it's not really who you are. I mean, ultimately, it's always just about being who you really are. And, but it can also be about the version of you that's appropriate for who you're in front of, right? So when I was, teaching elementary school kids magic tricks, obviously I had to be appropriate for them. I had to be super appropriate, but at the same time, they thought I was outrageous. I was edgy for elementary school kids standards. They just thought this guy is wild. I mean, he is out of control. So I was still the same wacko, but it was an elementary school version of that. And then same thing at a corporate event. I'll do a corporate event. I still have to be clean. 99% of the corporate events I do, I have to be squeaky clean, politically correct, all that. But I'm still like out there, as far as Stacy and HR is concerned, this is fucking crazy. But these are people that have never, been to the Comedy Store at 1 a.m. and seen Brian Holtzman. Let's see. It's disturbing and it's not good. Just yuck. Talking about Cuties, I guess. I don't think Cuties is geared toward the 46-year-old single male market, Zach. You don't have to watch it. But you know what? I think it's geared toward people who like films. Jim Norton watched it, and Jim Norton and I seem to agree on almost everything. So I have a feeling I'm going to feel the way he did about it. But I don't think Cuties. Who do you think? Who do you think Cuties was geared toward, Dub Style? If it wasn't geared toward a 46-year-old straight white male, I don't think it was geared toward kids. It's an independent film. I assume it's geared toward film lovers, and I'm a film lover. I'm a lover of film. But it is aimed at 46-year-old singles. That's the problem, Miss B says. You mean 46-year-old pedophiles, Miss B. Let's be straight about it, Miss B. Your joke should have been it is geared toward 46-year-old men. It's just that they're pedophiles. Hey, Rudy's here. I'm at work, but can now listen to you without a problem at this time. That's great. Well, the new schedule is noon. Monday through Thursday at noon. Fridays, I don't know. But thanks for joining. It's been a while since you've been here. Dub Style, I need to make something for you. I need to make a stinger. I mean, not Dub Style, I meant Rudy. Rudy, since you're a member of the fan club, when you haven't been in the live chat in a while, but I want to make it so like when you show up, I hit a button and boom, like I have like a 2 or 3 second Rudy, Rudy Lara, boom, like Rudy Lara's here. I've got one for Jordan Palmer, but it's too long and he wants one with a UFO. So I got to make him a new one. So let me do this real quick. All right. Here, let's finish up this fucking article. But does it drive you nuts when I start an article like this? And no, Dub Style doesn't get one because he's saving up for a sailboat and is not a member of the fan club. I need one for you, Miss B. Because, even though you never gave me your email address to give you a fan club membership, you did give me access to your OnlyFans. So you get one, and you're a super fan, but and a friend. So, does it drive you nuts when I start a story like this and I constantly digress and come back to it? Because I'll stop doing it. So they said we had a father, no shirt, drinking a beer at about 11:45 in the morning. One Palm Beach County teacher who chose to remain anonymous told CBS 12 News. Yeah, that sounds like Florida to me. A matter of fact, 11:45 to drink a beer at 11:45 in the morning in Florida sounds like a late starter. That guy, I bet he's one of the more responsible Floridians. Parents are smoking. Parents are smoking marijuana. I mean, I don't really care if people do that, but you shouldn't be in the screen doing that. I think you mean on the screen doing that. Maybe they're so high that they are actually in the screen. It's just inappropriate. The children can see it in the squares. Pride told Fox News of parents' behavior, adding that she even saw parents produce joints as big as cigars in the background of their children's remote lessons. This is not a party. This is school. Maybe school should be a party. Palm Beach County schools will reopen doors to students on Monday. News reported, but parents can choose for their children to continue virtual learning. Experts say parents who are stressed by their children's remote learning tend to drink more. In May of 2020, Johns Hopkins University professor Alyssa Grossman, Jew, and UMBC professor Susan Sonnenschein, German? Sonnenschein, a Jew and a German? This is not going to end well. What kind of name do you think that is? Sonnenschein. Sounds like a... Grossman? Report to my office. This is Sonnenstein. Aye, Achtung, Miss Grossman. Report to mine Sonnenstein's office. Surveyed 361 parents with children under 18 years old about their stress levels and drinking habits amid the pandemic. Ultimately, they found that parents who are stressed out by their added responsibilities of helping children with distance learning during the COVID-19 pandemic drink 7 more drinks per month than parents who do not report feeling anxiety from distance learning. Stressed parents also twice as likely to report binge drinking at least once over the prior month. Parents who are not stressed. Given that distance learning is going to continue for the near future, we believe it is warranted to decrease stressors that lead to parents drinking. Yeah, well, I don't know, man. I've been drinking way less than usual. You know, it's all I have to do is think about how I'm going to end up feeling as a result of it, and I don't do it. It's exactly how I get myself to exercise. I go, fuck, I don't want to do this, but I'm going to feel good afterwards, so I'll do it. And then I go, ooh, I really want to get shit-faced drunk. And then I go, yeah, but then your whole day tomorrow is going to suck. And you're going to wake up in the middle of the night drenched in sweat from the liquor pouring through your pores. So I don't do it. I said, Dubsdale, I know you're saving for a sailboat. I feel like I need a saving for a sailboat thing for him, though. It's like, even though Dubstyle doesn't really deserve, it should only be for fan club members. I feel like Dubstyle is so consistent and he's so fucking annoying to me that I like him, that I feel like maybe I should, just have like a button where I'm saving for a sailboat. Maybe it just says Dubstyle is saving for a sailboat. I thought I gave you my email. My bad. I've been waiting for my fan club email. No. All right. Let's see what else we have on the agenda. I got a lot here. There's plenty to discuss. As a matter of fact, what is... oh, yeah. All right. Let's talk about Joe Rogan leaving Spotify. because I don't know that I have much more to say about this than I did the other night. But people apparently still want to talk about it. And so here we are. I think this is even the same article that I pulled before, but I guess my addendum to what I said before is this. Okay, Joe Rogan, first of all, people keep justifying everything going to shit because, hey, wouldn't you do it for $100 million? Dude, don't encourage the cheap holdouts from joining. Don't encourage. I'm not sure what that means. Don't encourage the cheap holdouts. I'm not sure I understand what that means. You're a cheap holdout. I've given up on encouraging you to join. Are you saying I should? I don't know. So here's the thing. Oh, so Miss B says he's leaving them? Well, I don't know if he's leaving them. I think, first of all, he didn't sell his show to them. He worked out a deal to stay with them for however many years. I don't even know how many years it is. 4 years, 2 years? I don't know. Does anybody know? Here, let's see if, I don't know if that's, that information is even available, if anybody knows. Let's see. How long is Rogan Spotify deal? Multi-year deal. It's reported to be worth $100 million. Yeah, it just says multi-year deal. It doesn't say how long. But everything that people love about JRE is being sucked out of it. And don't make me a banner, Zach. Oh no, I'm making you one. I'm making you one, Dub Style. Dub Style is saving for a sailboat. I thought it was 10 years or so. That's usually how long those contracts are for. Woof. 10 years? No. I can't imagine it would be 10 years. That seems exceptionally long to me, Miss B. I would be surprised if it was longer than 4 or 5. 10? Howard Stern's never signed a 10-year contract, I don't think. I don't know what the longest he's ever signed on for, but 10 years, that's an eternity. But and Howard Stern's a good example. Okay, so here, this is what I have to say. Let's sum it up, and then I'll give you kind of my feelings since I last talked about it. For those of you that don't know, Spotify's wrestling with employees' concerns about how the company is handling episodes of the JRE. Then the CEO, Daniel Ek, addressed the concerns, had an all-hands meeting, and they've had a total of 10 meetings about it. And he told them, look, we'll have a conversation, but keep your mouth shut about it, all right? This has got to be, if we're going to have an open discussion, then it needs to be, stay within the company so we can speak openly. And, of course, these assholes, these little woke bitches, they can't keep anything a secret, so it leaked. And basically what they said was people in there, the woke assholes that work at Spotify were complaining about certain episodes. They didn't want to have them on the thing. And there was one specifically that they were calling transphobic about this one guest. And so the powers that be, that Daniel Ek and the rest of them, whoever the management is, said, okay, we've listened to your concerns. We looked at the episode. We disagree with you. We don't believe the episode is transphobic. We're going to leave the episode on. And I feel like my shot is really framed nicely there. Don't you think? Look at that. That's pretty good. The logo is a little off kilter. So I'm going to fix my logo here. But there we go. Look at that. Miss B, you're an artist. How's my composition? So they said, look, we heard your complaints, but we don't agree with you. So now they got this whole fucking problem over there, and they're saying like certain guests aren't going to be allowed on anymore. That there's not going to be Joey Diaz and Eddie Bravo aren't going to be allowed on JRE anymore. There's a rumor flying around that Joe offered to buy them houses and let them be a part of the whole comedy scene he's building, but they wouldn't be allowed to go on the podcast. And if all of this is true, which seems like it might be, Dubstyle says Rogan sold control over his show. Big mistake. He will now phase in into relevance like Stern. And you just said exactly what I was leading up to. Him and Stern, it's going to end up being a similar result, but for different reasons. All right. So I think we're all caught up on kind of where we're at, right? Multi-year deal. He leased the show. After the deal is over, he could do whatever he wants with the show. People that are working there are censoring him, deciding who can and can't go on the show. They're fighting over about posting certain episodes. And so that's where we're at right now. Censorship of guests, censorship of episodes. And a lot of people saying, well, yeah, that's the end of JRE, but it's $100 million. Wouldn't you do the same thing? I mean, he just, with that kind of wealth, he's got, enough money to take care of his family for generations to come. Okay, fine. So what doesn't feel like it says it looks good, much better. Doesn't feel like it's assaulting your ear. I don't know what you mean. I asked you about the composition of the shot. What does that have to do with the audio? I'm so confused. Rogan's about to get pissed when he sees the deal Howard gets with Spotify. They're in talks. Yeah, I've heard that as well, that Howard is in talks with Spotify to do like a Larry King style, just one-on-one interview series. Okay, so this is a few things I want to say. Number one, this seems to be the natural trajectory of everything, right? Everything comes and goes. Every breath you take, it just appears and it disappears. Every thought you have, it just suddenly, you don't even know where thoughts come from. They just appear and disappear. And so everything has a life cycle to it. So you get something like, let's say a scene, right? Like CBGBs. At the height of CBGBs, like when it was like just the scene of all scenes. All these great bands coming out of there, right? Talking Heads and on and on and on. You know this. If you don't know the history of CBGBs, trust me, an insane music scene, and not all like the same sound either. It wasn't like all the bands coming out of CBGBs all sounded the same. It was a real mix of punk rock and new wave but then eventually CBGBs, becomes, it runs its course and it goes away, and now it's like a Burger King or whatever the fuck it is, right? It's just the way things go. Let me give you an example that hits closer to home for me is Las Vegas. I love Las Vegas, and I've been going since I was 17 years old. When I was 17 years old, it would have been 19. Let's see. Well, it was 1991, I guess. It was either 91 or 92. Like the end of 91 or the beginning of 92. I think it was the end of 91 when I was there. I was 17 years old. And they were like the Excalibur, I think, was still pretty new. I think it was brand new, actually. And people were talking about how Vegas was changing. And that was the very beginning of the corporatization and the downfall of Vegas. But I got to spend a lot of years going to Vegas where it was still awesome. Even though people were like, oh, you should have been here back when the mob ran it, the Rat Pack, all that. I get it, right? That was the best time you could have been in Vegas was when the mob was running it, and it was really like a personal, you got a personal touch, right? There was no thought of bringing of families bringing their kids to Vegas. That wasn't even a fucking shadow of a thought. You know, fucking nose is running. So I always do that. I always forget them. So the let me hit this ball. And I really, really, really want more coffee. So, here, we'll get to that in a second. Give me 30 seconds. I'm going to get coffee. Listen to, here. I'll be right back. Give me a second. That was the coffee music. You said, I asked you about the composition of the shot, and then you mentioned it assaulting your ear. I'm just trying to figure out how something visual can assault something auditory. All right, so thanks for letting me get my coffee. I really, really wanted it. There was just a little bit left. So anyway, the point is, I've watched Vegas change. I watched Vegas go from just a place that was so much fucking fun to it being so corporatized now that, look, it's still Vegas. I still love going. But man, I almost never go to the Strip anymore. I stay downtown almost the entire time. And there's just so many things that piss me off. The resort fees. Charging for parking, 6 to 5 on a blackjack instead of 3 to 2. Some casino I heard added a third zero to the roulette wheel. You know, it used to be the idea of Vegas was we're going to treat you great and you're going to get cheap food and free drinks and cheap rooms. Everything's going to be cheap, 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 and we're going to treat you like a king. All we ask is that you lose, instead of, paying for a hotel room, that you spend a lot of money gambling. And also, when you gamble, we're going to take your money. Like, you're not going to beat us. However, we're going to take your money gradually. So, in other words, you sit down to play blackjack before Vegas went to shit. It was a good game. You could double after you split. You got paid 3 to 2 on a blackjack. It was single deck, and the dealer dealt pretty far into the deck. Let's just say you were not a card counter, but you just played perfect basic blackjack strategy, which very few people do. But if you played something even close to that, you were going to lose, obviously. The house has a built-in edge, but you lost your money slowly. So you sat down, with your friends, your family, your girlfriend, your wife, me and my dad and brother would go, whoever you were with, and you'd all plop down a couple of $100 and get drinks, and you might go, you might win some, you might lose some. You win some, you lose some. And it was like a slow bleeding process, but you had fun. Now you sit down at blackjack. Oh, fuck all those rules. You can't double after you split. You can't early surrender. And by the way, we're not going to pay you 3 to 2. We're going to pay you 6 to 5. And most people are so stupid, they don't realize how that affects this game. And we're not going to play single deck. We're going to put these cards in a continuous shuffling machine with 50 decks. And you're going to sit down and we're going to vaporize your money. So instead of before you were going to lose, but it was a slow bleed out. Now you're going to sit down and we're just going to rape your wallet. You may as well, when you get to Vegas, when you cross the border from California to Nevada, you may as well just stop at the border and take out your wallet and just throw it to the Nevada side and get back in your car and go back to fucking Santa Monica, wherever you live. That's where I live. That's why I'm using Santa Monica. See that? It's local. But the point is, Vegas ain't what Vegas used to be. Burning Man. When I first moved to Santa Monica 20 years ago, a friend of mine asked me, told me all about Burning Man. 20 years ago, oh, you got to go to this thing. It's called Burning Man. He was the only person I knew that ever talked about it. I would ask, nobody knew. This one dude. And he said, you should have been there when it first started, because it's kind of not as, as like grassroots as it was, but it's still great. That's what he told me 20 years ago. Now 20 years, and I've never been, but 20 years later, all you hear is now like there's corporate suites, and it's the heart and soul is being sucked out of Burning Man. Howard Stern was different. Howard Stern was as punk rock as you could be, revolutionized radio, and will forever be known as the greatest radio entertainer in the history of the medium. Could never be taken away from him. He's the best that ever did it. He's the Lenny Bruce of radio. Anything good that happened in radio happened because of after Howard Stern, okay? That's just the way it is. At the same time, Howard, as he was railing against the establishment and being so punk rock, he secretly had a longing to be accepted. And as he got older and maybe, more frail, more fragile, maybe he started feeling guilty about things he had done to make people feel bad, right? Which I get it. He was just railing so hard and he would go so hard into the paint. I get why, he might feel bad, where he might go to sleep and go, fuck, did I really need to hammer Rosie O'Donnell so hard? I mean, what did Rosie ever do to me? Why did I need to beat the fuck out of Rosie O'Donnell? I get it. I bet Red Bar does the same thing. Red Nose, the alcoholic who has a show where he just shits on people. I bet he feels bad sometimes. I bet sometimes, goes to bed and he's trying to go to sleep and he's having trouble falling asleep. And he's thinking, I'm actually a really big fan of Joey Diaz's. I saw him do stand-up once in Chicago, and that's when I realized I can't do it. Because, Red Nose tried to do stand-up and couldn't do it. And I bet it was like, I saw Joey Diaz and he killed, and at that moment, it was like Clapton watching Hendrix for the first time. I realized I can't hang with this. I'm going to have to quit. And then, now here I am. Finally, I have a career just shitting all over my comedic hero. And he doesn't like me, and he called my wife a cunt, and I couldn't really do anything about it. And shit, I mean, this is what I do now. I put us in a situation where I got to try to sleep at night, and the last thing I could think about before I drift to sleep is all of the horrible things people call my wife to try to get to me because I shit on them. I mean, I put my own wife, I put her in the crosshairs. I mean, she doesn't deserve this. I mean, all she does is sit there and agree and giggle with me. Just giggle at all my quote-unquote jokes. That's all she does. She's a giggle machine. She's not even a person. People don't realize my wife left me years ago, that's just a sound effect of my wife laughing at my jokes. And now here I am wrestling with my own thoughts, and Jesus, I got to do it all again tomorrow. I gotta make fun of people again tomorrow that I actually admire. Damn it. Anyway, so yeah, I know Red Nose owned a comedy club in Chicago. That's what a lot of people who can't make it as comics, what they do is they're like, oh, I know, I'll get a comedy club and I'll give myself stage time. And then when they realize that nobody wants to see them, then it closes. Yeah, I know. didn't Red Nose, like, didn't his rich daddy or something buy him a comedy club that tanked? Okay, the logo. Okay. Thank you, Miss B. The logo was too close to my face. I'm getting it. I get it. Well, that was bugging me. There was the spacing there. I haven't been drawing lately. I need to practice my drawing, and but composition is one of the things I've been working on. He's making it as a comic without leaving his condo, though. But he's not a comic. He's doing comedic commentary. I mean, like, it's like what I'm doing right now, right? I'm finding current events and giving commentary, and hopefully once in a while making you chuckle along the way. Like Howard Stern did a comedic radio show, but it wasn't stand-up comedy. It's a totally different beast. That's like saying, well, he couldn't make it as a tennis player, but he's really good at ping pong. It's like, great, if you can play, table tennis on an Olympic level, I think that's fucking great. That's amazing. But don't act like you could have played tennis had you wanted to. Anyway, so my point is, getting back to what I was saying was, I would love to draw with you. Could we do that on Zoom or something, Miss B? Maybe you could I could do one of my next assignments, and maybe you could, as I'm doing it, I could tell you what I'm struggling with or something. I don't know. So what I was going to say is Howard Stern was different. Howard Stern started off punk rock, and it wasn't like some kind of corporatization ruined him. It was like he just secretly longed to be a part of the establishment he had been ridiculing. And it was a combination, I think, of that longing for acceptance. Howard was never a cool kid. He was never accepted by the mainstream. And I think he had a longing to finally be accepted by the mainstream. And he decided, you know what, I'm tired of shitting on people and feeling bad about it. Because just like, I was saying with Red Nose, he was like, I don't want to feel this way anymore. I don't want to. And look, I get it. I made that video about Stuttering John getting owned by Chrissy Mayer. The thing is, I struggled with that. I like Stuttering John, and him and I were cool. But then I started thinking about it. I'm like, it's a one-way street. It's not a two-way street. He when he wants something, he reaches out to me. But when I started thinking about it, I'm like, all he's ever done is busted my balls. And when I busted his balls, he got all butthurt about it. And in this particular case, he was shitting all over Chrissy Mayer, being really condescending, and she owned him. And I said, you know what? Because I don't want to go to sleep feeling bad. I don't want to just make a video shitting on somebody. But when I went to sleep that night, I had a clear conscience. I'm like, no, John pretty much busts your balls all the time, and he was condescending toward this girl. So you can go to sleep and you can feel okay with this. I never want to go to sleep feeling bad about what I said. And so I get it. I get that Howard Stern was starting to feel bad about what he was saying about celebrities and whatever. So what I'm trying to say is that Howard Stern did not start off punk rock and then become corporatized. What happened with Howard Stern was Howard Stern started off punk rock, and then you could use the word evolved. He just evolved as a human being and what he wanted to do. If he was doing the same act now that he was doing in the 80s, it would be like, Jesus Christ, this guy's doing the same tired act. So I look at Howard Stern as a guy who evolved, got older, and has done what you could maybe consider almost maybe more age-appropriate types of shows, right? As he's got older, he's done very thoughtful, in-depth. I mean, nobody's a better interviewer than Howard Stern. He's the greatest interviewer of all time. So it kind of makes sense that it's like, now, here's at the same time, though, he's a great interviewer, but he interviews a lot of people I don't give a fuck about. I would have been much more interested if he had continued to interview people. And this was a good segue into Rogan. So now we've got a different thing with Rogan. With Rogan, his show started off really punk rock, and he was having these really in-depth discussions with people that you normally didn't get to see. Jordan Peterson, even people you don't like the Ben Shapiro, whom I do like, but again, I disagree a lot with him. So, he had Milo Yiannopoulos on, Eddie Bravo, Alex Jones. So I was like, this is what I wished Howard Stern was having these super in-depth conversations with people like that. I would love to have Jordan Peterson on the Howard Stern show. I would love for, him to have Sam Harris on the Howard Stern show. But instead, Howard went Hollywood. He wanted acceptance from the mainstream, and that has sucked a lot of the life out of the Howard Stern show for me. I still listen. I still love Howard. He's still the greatest of all time. And what I normally do now is I listen to the segments that are fun. The stuff like with, Richard and Sal, or I like when they're cleaning out the computer, that kind of stuff. So Red Nose loses no sleep, I can assure you. You don't think so, Dub? You don't think he ever feels bad about making people he secretly admires feels bad? You don't think he ever feels bad about trashing people who do what he wishes he could do? I don't know. I think he might. By the way, there's not a person on the planet that does what we do that doesn't occasionally feel bad about something. If they don't, that person's a fucking sociopath. There's just no way around it. There's just no way you can free ball like this and try to, keep people's attention and try to have a point of view and also make them laugh and not occasionally do something where you're like, oops. Everybody does it. Anyway, so Rogan was so punk rock having these in-depth discussions with people like Milo Yiannopoulos, Alex Jones, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Then all of a sudden, he starts having on more mainstream people like Miley Cyrus. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck about Miley Cyrus. If I wanted to hear an in-depth interview with Miley Cyrus, I'd listen to the Howard Stern show. You know what I mean? It's like, I just don't give a fuck. That's not what so then that was the first thing. And so then we've got, then you hear about the Spotify deal. And it's $100 million, and you go, then my thought is, oh, fuck. How much more money do you need? I know Rogan's a Bill Hicks fan, and Bill Hicks had all kinds of jokes about this. Like, how much do you fucking need, man? It's like you were already insanely wealthy. And I said it over and over, and I've been saying it for years. I think I said this to Joe before his podcast was huge. I swear to God, because I know I say it to everybody. I am telling you, over 10 years ago, I said to him, do it on your own. Don't build this on another platform. Fucking nobody listens to me. I don't understand it. I don't understand why why Rogan didn't just say, you know what? By the way, he could have done this on Vimeo. Vimeo doesn't give a fuck what you do. And they've got live streaming. He could have done all of this. He could have done exactly what he did on YouTube, but done it on Vimeo. And wouldn't have gotten hassled about playing music probably, or playing little clips or whatever. And he could have also done it on Vimeo and made all the videos unlisted on Vimeo, so they're only hosted there. But I wouldn't even have done that. As wealthy as he is, he should have just done it all himself. He should have just said, I'm going to do this all. I'm going to have my own server. I'll pay the cost to have my own server, my own storage. I'm going to host all the content. I'm going to stream I'm going to own it all. And you get a credit card processor, PayPal, Venmo. You take money every which way. Cryptocurrency, PayPal, Venmo, every fucking way you want. And you control the whole thing and you build it from the start that way. You know, I'm sort of doing that with my fan club. By the way, go to zachwaldman.com/fans. Learn how to do some magic trick, bar bet, get some exclusive content. Oh, this is going to be loud as shit. There's a garbage truck out here. I have my sliding glass door open. Oh, there's a hummingbird. I should I should get a hummingbird camera. I should put up a second camera. It'll be my hummingbird cam. Sorry, this garbage truck's loud as fuck. So, I'm a fucking loser. I need to go on YouTube and take advantage of the built-in traffic that goes to YouTube so that I can send that traffic over to my fan club page at zachwaldman.com/fans. But at least when people join my fan club, I'm building it on my own website I'm not using Patreon, so Patreon's not taking a commission, and Patreon can't censor me. Nobody can shut me down. It's my own membership site on my own fucking, shared server. I've got complete control over the motherfucker. Sorry, I'm just adjusting myself here. I don't understand for the life of me why Rogan, who, if you are famous, Adam Carolla also, I don't know how Adam Carolla puts up free episodes on YouTube. I'm not sure exactly. I only listen to Adam on YouTube, and it's always like, I guess I'm listening to like the day before or something like that. I'm not sure, but it's if you're rich and famous, I don't know why you don't just build it yourself and control it yourself. That's what Anthony Cumia did. That's what Tom Likas did. They've got complete control. And then Tom Likas put out a post, sharing the same article that I'm talking about, the one that from Business Insider was the one that did the big article on Joe being censored and people at Spotify fighting with their employees over content. And Tom was like, yeah, people asked me from the beginning, how come you don't, do this, put your content here or there or wherever? And he's like, now you know why, motherfuckers. I don't have to worry about this because I have it all. So you need to join Scars Club. I'm not spending money on Scars Club. I'm saving up money to help you buy a sailboat. The further men get away from being 6 feet tall, the bigger the hole they have to fill. Derangement from looking up at everyone their entire life. I don't even speak to men under 5'10". Do you believe in the Napoleonic complex, the short man syndrome? Do you think that's a real thing, Dub Style? If I had the ability to do a poll, I would do one. I have a few short people in my life whom my other friends constantly feel that way about. There's certain people, I bring them up to other friends. I'm like, hey, I was talking to so-and-so, and they go, oh, that guy. I'm like, you don't like him? He's all right, but he's got short man complex. And they start giving me examples of how the person has short man complex. I can never decide. Is my microphone better there? You can see my lips better. It's kind of sexy, right? You could... I'm mentioning the weather, and they're plotting to kill me. It's so real, Zach. You believe it's a real thing? It might be, man. It might be. That's a tough one to argue because there are a lot of examples. All right, continuing my thing though. So I'm contrasting Rogan with Howard in this respect. Okay, so Rogan does it. Rogan takes the $100 million deal and swears everything is going to be the same, and everybody immediately went, it's not going to be the same. And everything that everybody knew was going to happen is happening. And Joe is suddenly the show is going the way of the Howard Stern show, but not because he's done it for 30 years and he evolved. It's because he's done it for 10 years and it's gotten huge and he's cashing in. That's what it feels like, right? And again, you could make the argument, well, fuck it, cash in then. But I think what bothers people about it is that he's not just being honest. He's not just coming out and saying, it would be, in other words, if Rogan had come out and said, look, everybody, here's the deal. I'm going to try to keep everything the same. They assure me everything is going to be exactly the same. But we all know how these things go. First off, when I move the show, there's going to be technical issues. I'm just going to tell you right away. I've never seen a show move that didn't have them, including the Howard Stern show. When he moved from terrestrial radio to satellite, their very first broadcast, there was technical issues immediately. So make sure you look forward to that. We're going to be building a few different studios. We have a studio. It's going to be temporary. You're probably going to hate it. I think it's cool, but I know people hate change. So be prepared to hate the new studio. Also, listen, we got to be honest, man. It's a different world now. Spotify's a woke company. They've told me that there's not going to be any censorship, but look, I've leased out the program to them for, the foreseeable future. They're going to have control. And I guess the show's just not going to be as wild as it used to be. It's not going to be the wild, wild west anymore. You're going to see more mainstream people. And I think, there's some pros to that. But there's also going to be some people out there on the fringes of society with their points of view, their thoughts, their way of looking at the world. And they're not going to be allowed anymore. But you know what? There's still plenty of outlets for them. You could check out my pal Sam Tripoli and the Tinfoil Hat podcast. And, but listen, some of you might say I'm selling out. And look, I get it. It's going to be a different show. It's a different chapter in my life. But this is a big opportunity, and it's a way for me to make sure my family is going to be taken care of for generations to come. And I'm gonna take this ride, and we're going to see, look, maybe it ends up being a velvet prison. Maybe it ends up being really good for me, but it's not permanent. And, maybe I'll see, maybe it'll be better, maybe it'll be worse, but this is what I'm doing. That would have been really honest, right? And that's what everybody knew was going to happen. And there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying everybody knew it. Everybody knew it. And I think that's what bothers people. It's like, come on, bro. You knew this was the way it was going to happen. And you were disingenuous about it. And I always lose a coaster. But I have yet to drop the lighter during this cast. So, and so this takes me full circle to my point, my thesis, which is, listen, don't get bent out of shape about it. Understand that this is the natural trajectory of all things. I'm imagining, with my show here I am with the record number of live viewers on YouTube was 13, and that was when I had Miss B on. And you know, what did people love about Miss B? She's hot and she's wacky, right? She got abducted by aliens and she's willing to tell you all about it. And she's fun, and you know what? That's what I want to do. Is I want to have, you know, more people, more eccentrics, more different types of people on. And maybe I'll find my niche, you know. Maybe obviously I'm not a conspiracy guy. I'm not going to go down the Sam Tripoli path. I got to find my own voice. But I'll tell you what I do love, man. I've always loved, I'll tell you something that kind of fucked me up in life, but it's also been good for me. When I was a little kid, my uncle, who was, I guess, technically my great uncle because he was my mom's uncle, was the greatest guy ever and the epitome of a fun uncle. Super inappropriate all the time. And was, you know, I'll give you an example of how inappropriate my uncle could be. When I was in the Civil Air Patrol, I joined the Civil Air Patrol when I was like, I think I was 15 years old. And it's an auxiliary of the Air Force. This is, and I had a friend of mine, and I tried to get him to join, and he said, you know, I think I'm going to become a police explorer instead. And then he joined and he said, would you go to the meeting with me for the police explorers? So I went to the meeting, and he's like, yeah, I'd rather join the police explorers. And after going to the meeting of the police explorers, I realized I fit in better there. So I quit the Civil Air Patrol and joined the police explorers. Anyway, when I was in the Civil Air Patrol, when I first joined, I was either 14 or 15. I wasn't there for a little while. It wasn't like it was like a week. I was there for a bit. And so you had two sets of uniforms. You had your, you know, PT uniform, you worked out in, and then you had your dress uniform that was like the formal one for, you know, parades and shit. And you wore the little hat. The dress uniform had the Air Force hat that was like, you know, shaped like a cannoli yarmulke. Anyway, so I was in my dressed uniform, and there's my uncle and my mom sitting at the kitchen table, and he's smoking a cigarette, drinking coffee. That's what he always did. His nickname was Smokey. And he sees me, and I'm holding my hat, and he goes, "Oh," he goes, "You got yourself there a cunt cap." And my mom is like, "What? Stop it!" And you know, even now people get a little cunty about the word cunt. You know, it's still one of those words, right, that we were talking about with the visceral reactions. And so you could imagine in 1989 or whatever year it was, that, you know, and he goes, "Let me see it." And I hand him my hat. He goes, "Yeah. He goes, "When I was in I forget if my uncle was in the Army or what." He goes, "I had one of these," and he opens it up and holds it up like a pussy. And he goes, "You see this? This is why we called it a cunt cap." And so the more my mom was like, Clarence, stop. Just stop that. You know, that was all she ever did was like trying to get him to stop my whole life growing up. And which of course just egged him on more. Anyway, when I was much younger, when I was probably 5 or 6 years old, my uncle did something that hurt my feelings. And my mom said to me, "You know, your uncle would die for you." I'm paraphrasing, but he loves you more than anybody in the world loves you. And you've got to understand that he's got his ways. And, you know, you've got to, like, whatever, I have no idea what he did, but whatever it was he did, she's like, you need to, like, when he does something like that, says something like that, you need to go, okay, that's his way, and become tolerant of people and their ways. And And I definitely remember that. It was like their ways. My mom was from the South. So it's a very Southern thing. And she was like, you're going to meet people in life that are really, really good people. And they're just going to have their ways. And you need to be tolerant of that. Otherwise, you're going to miss out on meeting good people. So you want a lot of different types of people in your life. And, you know, you want to, if they're good people and they're, you know, loyal and they're honest and they're good friends, be tolerant of their ways, basically, is what she said. Now, the thing is, this was good and bad advice. It was bad advice because right at the beginning of elementary school, I remember there were certain kids that were like outcasts. And I went out of my way when I saw them like getting picked on. I went out of my way to be friends with them. And because I would go out of my way to be friends with them, I was suddenly one of the outcasts. Right? They would call us like the nerd herd. Remember that one? Oh, it's the nerd herd. The thing is, you might say, oh, well, that's nice of you. Like, okay, one kid was he was dirt poor and everybody knew it. And he was very, very fat. And they would pick on him. And he ended up becoming one of my best friends. And he was a good guy. I don't know what came of him. I know he went through some rough times, but we were friends, and but there were other kids that, like, so yeah, on one hand, it was good, right? You went out of your way to be friends with somebody that everybody else was picking on, and you found, hey, this is a good person. They don't deserve to get picked on just because he's poor and fat, he shouldn't get picked on. He's a good guy. That was a good part of this way of thinking. The bad part was some people are outcasts because they should be. They're fuck-ups, right? And so it made me too tolerant. It made me like I was surrounded by fucking weirdos, and then you're hanging out with these people. And this was a trait I carried for many years of my life. And it's like you're hanging out with the person, and they do something really fucked up. And it's like, ooh, I want no part of this. You know, I don't want to go to whatever jail you're on the way to going to. I don't want to be involved in whatever fight you're about to start because you're the dick. Like this person has every right in beating the fuck out of you right now because you just fucked with them immensely. I'm having a real tough time getting comfortable. I'll tell you, the next thing I really need for my cast, I got to get 2 comfortable bar stools. This is fucking, my back is really fucked up, and I think it's from sitting for hours in this fucked up chair. So anyway, how did I get on this? Why did I get on this? Oh, I know why. Because as far as my shows go, I feel like so at one point in my life, I was just surrounded by so many people like this, and I remember once I thought I was trying to do like a sketch comedy thing, and I had Juan, who is one of my closest and best friends, but you guys have no idea. It's hard to see from just when he does the live shows for me, but he's as eccentric as they come. And one time I had him over here, and I had this guy that I met in Venice who was kind of like a well-known actor, but he was off. He's a little off. He's a lot off. He was one of his roles that he was well known for was like, it was a famous episode of Miami Vice that he was on. He was also like in some thriller movie. What's up, Wild Whitey? How you doing? I know you sent me a little stinger for you. I just haven't set it up yet. I got to import it. Anyway, this guy was like kind of like a famous actor, like pretty successful actor, but he was a little cuckoo. And so I had him and Juan over at the same time. And I always had this thought, like, wouldn't it be fun if I had all of my super eccentric friends over all at the same time and we did like a comedy sketch or we went live? But then I had them all over here, right? And I think I added the third one. I forget who the third wacko was, but I know I at least had those two wackos in here. And you know what? It's one of those things that sounds really good in theory, but then when you actually have it happening, is a fucking nightmare. There's just they start fighting or they really click, and it's like, oh, both of these people are. You know what it reminded me of? It was like Howard Stern's Whack Pack, and it's like you need somebody that's there to wrangle all of the people from the Whack Pack, because if you just have the Whack Pack wandering around or they're all in the green room together, by the time you go in the green room, it's like, oh, Wendy the retard and crackhead Bob they're totally getting along, like the chemistry's great and they're laughing and they're having a party and the room is trashed and people are shitting themselves and you're like, oh no. So anyway, I think I have a proclivity to enjoy hanging out with people that are a little unique or a lot unique. And I loved Joe Rogan's in-depth conversations with really brilliant people like Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris. I don't think I want to have really brilliant people on. I'd rather have eccentric people on. I got to try out. I got to figure out what works. But like Miss B, she's a wacko, and I love her to death. She's going to be back on soon. Maybe tomorrow. You want to do tomorrow, Miss B? We could have you on tomorrow, if that works. But it's like, I like having a person like her on because she's not, she's super entertaining. And then I could see, like, I have access to a lot of crazy people. And I'm sure I could find some more out there. I'd rather have people like that on. I just feel like that's my wheelhouse. But so maybe after a while, my show will become huge for having crazy people on it, right? And then all of a sudden, because it gets so big, I have an opportunity to have like, I'll just use the same example, Miley Cyrus. It's like, hey, Zach, Miley Cyrus wants to do your podcast. It's like, yeah, but what people like about my show is I have wackos on. Now I'm going to have a mainstream celebrity on. Like, that's not what, you know what I mean? And you guys would be like, so all of a sudden I'm like making millions. And it's like, okay, millions, it's pretty good. But let's say I was making $200,000 a year. And that was like the ceiling. And then I got an opportunity to get several million. But I have a big following, but for whatever reason, like 200 grand's the max because I say cunt a lot and I make a lot of racist jokes and fat jokes, right? And so I just can never really get big advertisers or, I have a rabid, committed audience that's fairly large, but for whatever reason, that's the fucking ceiling. But then I get an offer to get millions to have Miley Cyrus on, but I gotta stop saying like nigga, foo, and cunt, and I gotta stop fat shaming, right? Like I can't say nigga foo anymore. They're like, no more nigga foo. I'm like, but everybody, how come they get to say foo, 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 and I can't? Well, they're cholos. Yeah, but I'm making fun of cholos. I'm doing an impression of I have a friend who's a cholo, and every other word is foo. I can't do an impression of my cholo friend saying foo. You can't. But we'll give you $5 million. All of you would hate me. You'd be like, well, and you know what? That would be the end of it. But just remember what I said. I'm not saying I wouldn't take it. I'm just saying there's a natural trajectory of everything. Don't confuse your favorite podcast that starts off punk rock, becomes really, really big and really powerful, and then eventually crosses a precipice into a longing for acceptance and mainstream attention and the big money, and it falls to the corporatization or for whatever slays it eventually, it goes away and it's not what it once was, and then it goes away completely. And it's, don't confuse that trajectory with your next breath. They're all the same thing. You take in a breath, it's just going to happen, and that breath is just going to go away. There's always going to be another show. I don't know if it'll be my show. You know, maybe Red Nose will be the one. Maybe Red Nose will be fucking huge, you know. But then again, Red Nose is doing kind of what I said. It's everything is behind. There's a free episode here and there, but it's really, he's putting everything behind a paywall of his own. He's building his own pirate ship, and it's going to get as big as it does, and, you know, and whatever. Hey, what's up, Lizzie? Nice to see you. Thank you for being here. Lizzie, are you a member of the fan club at ZachWaldman.com/fans? Forgive me for not knowing. That's the other thing I got to do. I got to get a list of all the fan club members together, and I want to have a button where I can just hit that button and boom, like they scroll by. I got to see, that's one good thing about starting the show at noon is when I'm done, I'll have time to like do the production aspects and all that. I also want to start releasing throughout the day and night, maybe more short videos. Like if there's something that comes up, here's a quick 10-minute video or 5-minute video and things. That was a suggestion of Jordan's, and I think it's a good one. I got a lot to do. Working on it. I'm working on it. Okay, so I think that sums up my feelings about the whole Rogan thing. He's clearly being censored. The show is clearly not going to be what it used to be. Even if the show is exactly what it used to be, just requiring people to install Spotify, there's certain people, they just, for whatever reason, like I would, when I make a pre-produced video, I'll upload it to YouTube, and then I'll put the link to the video on Facebook, right? And nobody will watch it. If instead I upload the video directly to Facebook, it's as a native video instead of posting the YouTube link, then it gets, views. Not a lot, but it gets a lot more than if I just post the link. I'll get like 3, really almost sometimes nobody will click on the YouTube link. But if I upload the video directly to Facebook, I'll get a few hundred views, right? So for people have habits and they don't like to leave platforms. They're like, I'm on this platform, I'm staying on this platform. So if everything had stayed exactly the same and he had moved to Spotify, he would have lost a certain number of people, but he also would have gained some. But the fact that the show is now changing, it's going mainstream, it's being censored, he's playing it more middle of the road, he's being much more cautious about what he says, and also the fact that he just didn't come clean and say, hey, everybody, this is what it's going to be. Everything you think it's going to be is what it's going to be. And you might be upset about that, and I understand why. But they made me an offer I couldn't refuse. And there's going to be things about it that suck. There's going to be things about it that are good. For me, it's going to be good because I'm going to be rich beyond comprehension, and I'm going to have access to more mainstream celebrities, which will be fun for me. It'll be bad for you for all the reasons you already know. But who knows? Maybe after the deal is over, I'll come back and I'll tell you all about the experience. I remember once, that would be awesome, Lizzie. You would be member number 11. 1111, make a wish. The reason I asked Lizzie is I just wanted to make a little stinger for you. For some reason, I thought you were a member, so I wanted to make a little like stinger thing. Yeah, but thank you. That would be sweet if you joined. I have 10 members, and getting to 10 members of the fan club was a real big victory for me because I've repeated this like a mantra, like the way Dubs says he's saving for a sailboat. My thought was if I can get 10 paid members to the fan club once, I can do it 10 times. And if I can do 10 times, 10 times, that's 100. If I can do 100 once, I can do 100 10 times, that's 1,000. And that's my ultimate goal, 1,000 true fans that love me for me and will be here as the show gets better and evolves. And they'll all be part of my philosophy of fewer but truer. All right. So that's what I'm working on. So thanks. I really appreciate, Lizzie. I appreciate your support. Thank you. So and there's some good content. I just added some good stuff there. And there's more on the way. But so I have no problem, it's just so I guess that's it. I don't want to be redundant, which I'm sure I already have been. It's just the nature of things, my friend. It's just the nature of things to. Oh, I know. There was one thing. I was going to say one time I remember exactly where we were. We were sitting like stretching out, me and Joe Rogan, and he's leaning up like near this fence. I remember I could still just see where we were, and he said, and I think he was talking about Fear Factor. So, and he has said the exact same thing on his podcast. I'm like, oh, I've heard him say this. He said this to me in person, and he said the exact same thing on JRE, which is that, yeah, man, it's tough because doing something like Fear Factor, it's a lot of money, and he goes, I didn't need to be any more famous than I was. He's like, I was fine with the level of fame I had as a stand-up comedian from news radio. He's like, I didn't give a shit about that. He said, but I got a lot more famous from Fear Factor. He goes, and I got a lot more money. He goes, but it was it can be a velvet prison if you're not careful. And I just think that he knew that. And I think he decided that it was worth it. He's like, I'm going back into a velvet prison. So I think Rogan is now, he knows what it's like to be in a velvet prison, and he decided to go back to one, And those were his words, not mine, velvet prison. Lizzie saving for a van. Well, Lizzie, think about it this way. If you join my fan club and you're at a bar, now you're a girl, so you could probably drink for free anytime you want, but so maybe not a bar, but you're for whatever reason, maybe you're in sales and you want to just have some fun. You'll be in a situation where, but let's just go to the bar example just because it's a fun example. Let's say you're in a bar and let's pretend there's nobody that wants to buy you a drink. All right. I don't know why. And maybe you're with a girlfriend and you're always buying her drinks, and you're like, in your head, you don't want to be cunty, so you're like, I'm not gonna call her out that she never buys me a drink, but I'm gonna make this bitch buy me a drink. And you go, hey, I got a little bet for you, and if I win, you got to buy me a drink. You got to buy me a shot. And she's like, okay, let's do it. It sounds like fun, because I assume if she never buys you a drink, she's probably like that. You could use one of the bar bets that you learned from my fan club on her, and you're guaranteed to win. And she'll be like, oh my God, that's so clever. Where did you learn that? That's so cool. And you could be like, shut up, bitch. Give me the shot. And she'll be like, okay. And so all you have to do is use what I teach you to win one bar bet a month, and it'll more than pay for the cost of a drink. Or you could use one of the magic tricks I teach you as a fun way to close a sales deal. Let's say you're in a sales meeting, and it's the first time you're meeting them, and you're like, well, tell me about yourself. Tell me what the goals are for your business. Oh, really? Your goal is to get more referrals? Let me show you something a bit funny about referrals. And then you do a little card trick, and you talk about getting referrals, and you go, yeah, that's something my internet boyfriend taught me. I'm just assuming why not? I'll be your internet boyfriend. And he'll be like, oh, that's really cool. This chick knows magic tricks. And then the next time you come, you'll be known every time you show up for the meeting as the magic trick salesperson. And then you'll start to make more money in sales. Just close one sales deal because of my magic tricks. You've more than paid for several years of the subscription. It's so cheap. No, Lizzie, that wasn't you. The voice, that wasn't you. That was the girl that doesn't pay for the drink. That's what I'm saying. You're out with some girlfriend that never buys you a drink, and you're like, hey, I'm gonna place a bet with you, and if I win, you got to buy me a drink. And that was an impression of her, not you, sweetheart. See what I'm saying? The point is, most people that put their shit behind a paywall, all you get is more of their podcast, but you paid for it. With me, you get more. I do a special segment with Drew. I try to be as uncensored as I can for YouTube, but YouTube, I'm starting to learn there are certain words you're just not even allowed to say, no matter why you say them. It doesn't matter the intention. So, in the cast I do with Drew, we could just say whatever the fuck we want, play whatever clips we want to play. Like, I don't have to, because it's pre-recorded and it's only for the members. It's a completely different experience than what I do here. And I teach you bar bets and I teach you magic tricks. So, yeah, you could teach your sales team magic tricks. So anyway, there's more value in my fan club, which I've renamed the Asylum. And yeah, I still gotta fix the menu. There's so many little things I gotta fix with the website graphics and so much shit. Anyway, I totally went off the rails. I think I'm done with saying what I have to say about Rogan. It's just, good for him. I'm not saying he shouldn't do what, that he's done anything wrong. I'm not calling him a sellout. I'm just saying shit changes. It's just the way it is. Shit changes. Nothing stays CBGB's forever. Nothing stays the Seattle grunge scene forever. Nothing, even the Magic. When I first joined the Magic Castle 19 years ago, all the old timers told me how great it used to be compared to when I joined. Over the last 19 years, I've seen the Magic Castle become corporatized and fall victim to woke social justice warrior, critical race theory, intersectional Marxist, fucking Beverly D'Angelo, white fragility, insanity, bullshit, fucking stupid crap. I fucking hate cunt shit, damn, fucking all of you fucking new religion motherfuckers. I hate you. I hate it. I hate your fucking new religion. I don't hate you. I hate your goddamn new religion that's brainwashed all you fucking retarded people into thinking that everybody and everything is racist and sexist. Fuck you and everything you stand for. That being said, that mindset has, gotten to it's gotten to the second city in Chicago. And so the second city in Chicago, it ain't what it used to be when John Belushi was there, or, Bill Murray or whatever. The behavior that used to go on at the Magic Castle. Here is something. This is a good segue. I should have saved it. But I've got a theory, by the way, which is, as they keep all these woke motherfuckers, as they keep pushing for segregation, as they keep wanting safe spaces, and they keep wanting to say this is a zone only for people of color, no white people allowed, right? If you haven't seen that, yes, that happened. They all locked arms in a particular area, and it was like a field, and on like a college campus, and they blocked off the whole area, and you were not allowed to go through that area. So what I think might happen is we might see a re-emergence and a repopularization of private clubs that are segregated, right? So, like, for instance, I believe I don't know. I think, yeah, women, I believe, were always allowed at the Magic Castle, I believe. But I think, like, God, I could be wrong about this. I'd have to Google it. But let's just say certain older magic organizations, like the International Brotherhood of Magicians and the Magic Circle in London, maybe even the Society of American Magicians in its early days, did not allow women to join. And of course, you still have fraternal organizations, obviously fraternities and sororities that are men only and women only. You've got the Moose Lodge and the Shriners and the Jesters and, all those types of organizations. So I'm wondering if, like, so if you don't know the Jesters, I did a show for them years ago. The Jesters are like the Top Gun of all those fraternal organizations. So you have to be, I think, you join the Shriners, and then as a Shriner, you can, like, through service and effort and time, eventually get sponsored. I forget how it exactly works, but you can eventually become a Jester. And a Jester is like the most secretive and elite of those fraternal groups, okay? I think you have to be a Shriner before you can be a Jester, I think. So I actually did a show for them, and it was all men, and you could say anything you wanted. They're like, we want you there's no rules here. You can be as filthy as you want, do whatever the fuck you want to do, be as politically incorrect as you want. And by the way, all of you watching, please hit the like button, hit that thumbs up button for me. I had a big 8 of you. 13's my record, but would you please hit the thumbs up button? I know it's easy to forget. And go to ZachWaldman.com/fans. And you can also support me through affiliate links if you go to ZachWaldman.com/fans. Also, you'll find that some of the content is even free. There's even a couple of bar bets I teach you for free. So if you go to ZachWaldman.com/fans, even some of the content, there's free and paid content. There's all kinds of shit there. I wonder. So I was going to join the Shriners after I did the show for them. I had so much fun with them, and I'm like, this is fucking great. There's a Shriners temple. There's also the Masons, right? Maybe you become a Shriner, then a Mason, then a Jester. Maybe that's how it works. Anyway, there's a Shriners temple here, and it's beautiful. There's a pool table there, and I'm like, it's right down the street. I'm like, you mean I can come here whenever I want as a member and hang out and shoot pool? They're like, yeah. And I filled out the application, and the only thing that kept me from doing it was there was a question that said, we don't care what religion you are, but you have to believe in a higher power of some sort. If you don't, and I am such an honest cunt, I didn't want to put that on there. I didn't consider myself an atheist. I considered myself agnostic at the time. Now I consider myself somebody that doesn't know anything. I feel like my true essence is simply something observing everything that's coming and going, every experience, even the idea of self, of what I think of as myself, I think is just an appearance in consciousness. So I'm utterly captivated and hypnotized by contemplating consciousness and what it is. So I'm on a spiritual journey, and I would have no problem signing that paper now. I would even be willing to say that, at this point, I am God, you are God, we are all God, and we're, I have different ways I'm not going to turn this into a spiritual conversation, but I'm not a religious person, but I meditate every day, and I'm definitely on a the same journey that everybody should be on, a quest for enlightenment, self-actualization, that Siddhartha moment. I want to become like Buddha, like Siddhartha, So I might go and rejoin now, I might go sign up, fuck it. And it's nice too because you do community service as part of it. You make the world a little bit of a better place, right? And so I'm wondering if we might see this as a big comeback where guys go, you know what? I'm sick of this shit. I'm going to go join the fucking Masons or the Shriners or whatever the fuck. And I'm going to go hang out where it's just guys and we all get together and you can say any words and make any jokes and do whatever the fuck you want to do. Guys being guys. There's no cancel culture bullshit. And there's no broads telling us complaining about the jokes and about the smoking and about the language and the racism and the blah. You know what I mean? And listen, I shouldn't say any broads because I love broads. And to me, a broad is the kind of woman who doesn't act that way. You know what I mean? Like this girl I used to date, Carrie, she's a broad. She would be fine to hang out. She's not getting offended by anything. My God, she's from Rhode Island, and she's like as Rhode Island gets. So but what I should have said was there's no chicks hanging around. Chicks are the ones that are upset by everything. Why did you say that? Abortion's not ever funny, okay, guys? Stop making those vacuum cleaner noises. That's not funny. Stop trying to chase my vagina around with the dustbuster you just took off the wall. That's not funny, guys. It's not funny. And she starts crying, and you're like, come on, it's kind of funny. That Big Mike was chasing you around and it was chasing imagine it's like, hey, everybody. Oh, it's Sarah, the fucking uptight bitch is at the bar again. That's what everybody's thinking in their mind. It's Sarah's here for Howard. Hey, Sarah. Hey, guys, just soda water for me today, guys. Guess why? I'm not drinking anymore. Not at least for 9 months. Guess why? Oh, gee, with that kind of a vague clue, Sarah, I couldn't imagine what it is. Could it be that you're pregnant? The bigger surprise, Sarah, would be is if you could tell us that you know who the father is. Oh, you guys, no, yeah, I know. I guess that was kind of a silly clue. But yeah, I'm pregos. So, yeah. And yes, I know who the father is. Don't be silly. And he already proposed to me, so we're going to get married right away. And then, we'll just have a big party or something later. But what are you, Big Mike, what are you doing? Come here, Sarah. And Big Mike's got the dustbuster, and he's like shoving it between her legs. And he said, what are you doing? Oh, my God. Stop shoving the dustbuster between. What are you doing? I'm trying to abort that kid. I'm trying to save the world a criminal. I'm trying to save the world another heroin addict or fucking porn actress. Stop it. Stop it. That's not funny. And he's chasing her around the bar. Stop it. Stop it. Abortion's never funny. Come on. Nobody here believes you had sex with Larry willingly. That's a rape joke. Rape jokes and abortion jokes aren't funny. And then she starts crying. And then you get a formal complaint. The owner, calls you. Hey, what's up, Jerry? Listen, Big Mike, we've got a problem. One of the regulars said you chased her around the bar. Thanks for watching, Lizzie. I appreciate it. Love you. Thanks for signing up. She says you chased her around the bar, threatening to abort her fetus with a dustbuster. Did you do that? Well, let me ask you, Jerry, did you just ask me that question without laughing once? Okay, I have to admit, I was laughing when I got the email. So yes, I know I'm looking to see if anybody has joined the fan club while I'm talking. So I'm just checking my emails and I'm just noticing all the past dues. Yes, I know my payment is past due. Back off, motherfuckers. All right. So nobody joining yet. Go to ZachWaldman.com/fans and become a member. Sorry, here I'm just moving a couple of things around. Well, listen, Sarah, she's a crazy bitch. And she was annoying the fuck out of everybody like she always does. But it's 2020. We can't make those kinds of jokes anymore, all right? So listen, Yeah, I laughed, okay? But you gotta, listen, the next time she comes in, just apologize to her and buy her a drink. She's not drinking, she's pregnant. Well, okay, well, offer to buy fucking, Larry a drink. That fucking guy. Nobody believes they wanted this on purpose. That's what I said. She said I was making rape jokes. Yeah, I know. Okay, I get it. So what I'm saying is more and more people are going to be like, fuck it, man. Let's just go hang out at the Shriners Lounge where we can make our fucking fetus jokes and stuff. And how are we doing today, Dub Style, by the way? Notice no politics. Trying to make you laugh. Trying to do a comedy show. Doing my best. And grinding up weed. How are you guys all doing? Everybody all right out there? Cool. Let's see what's next on the agenda. Oh, we're going to talk about how much the Emmys suck. I hate award shows anyway. But let me play this clip. I'm a big Jimmy Kimmel fan. I like Jimmy Kimmel. I don't ever watch his show, but I like him. I'm a fan of him, and I like when he's on the Howard Stern show. And I've never met him, but by all accounts, he's a great guy. I am friends with his sister. I became friends with her at the San Luis Obispo Comedy Festival. I wonder if she would do my shitty podcast. I don't know. I wonder. I could ask her. She's a sweetheart. She's really great. Am I not following? How am I not following Jimmy Kimmel? There we go. So Jill is. I was the last really big or fun thing I did before the lockdown was the San Luis Obispo Comedy Festival, and I met her there and we hit it off. She's really awesome. Thumbs up, Zach. Always enjoy hanging out. It's raining. Can't work on my yard anyway. Cool. Well, thank you, Dub Style. When my favorite troll gives me a thumbs up, I know I'm doing all right. So I just want to say I love Jimmy Kimmel, but this is fucking pathetic. And one of the reasons I hate the Emmys, you've heard me say it before, is I hate the idea of art as competition. I hate this self-congratulatory shit as if they're doing something that is meaningful or important, and also that one is better than the other. Like somehow this particular, that John, I love John Oliver, but it's like, oh, we're going to say John Oliver is better than whoever he was up against. I happen to know he won something, but I don't know who he was competing against. Anyway, I got to take a leak. So, but I already saw this, and I'm gonna be quick anyway. But this is pretty fucking. this is pretty cringe. Jimmy Kimmel. Oh, and by the way, apparently the woke Twitter is all upset because John Oliver won and Jimmy Kimmel made a joke about calling ICE for those immigration, basically on what the fuck does that ICE stand for? Immigration and how do I not know that? I guess because this is. Let me take another hit of this and I'll remember. I do know what it is. I'm just having a fucking. Illegal immigration. The fuck is that? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway. So he made a joke about calling basically the law enforcement wing of illegal immigration on John Oliver because he's originally from the UK. It was just a joke, and people are like, this is really inappropriate to joke about ICE at a time when they're putting kids in cages. How come nobody gave a shit about them putting kids in cages when Obama was doing it? And if you don't believe me, go to Snopes and look up whether or not kids in cages started under Obama or under Mein Fuhrer, a.k.a. Trump. Remember, I'm no fan of Mein Fuhrer, but the truth is, it started under Obama. So, people are like, he can't make a joke about ICE. It's just basically what they're saying is comedy is now illegal, and that's really what we're down to. Is if you make a joke, and if either that or do a bunch of shit that's not funny at all. Like Nanette. Either do Nanette, which is basically a shitty TED Talk, and then you're safe and then you get lauded for it. But do anything close to real comedy and it's fucking essentially illegal. Although I haven't heard anybody bitch about Eddie Pepitone. Eddie Pepitone. God, if you haven't seen Eddie Pepitone's newest special, I don't know how many special, if he's ever had a special out before this, but I think it's called For the Masses. Eddie Pepitone came out a month or two ago. Really, really, it shows you what a real seasoned, top-level comedian, when they do stand-up, it's just so much fucking better than what you normally see. A thing happened when stand-up comedy went through a big explosion in the late 70s going through the 80s. There was a thing where comedy was so huge and so popular that there were like bars that were bars on most of the time, and on the weekends they would have a comedy night and they would just be sold out, and there was actually more places to perform than there were comedians, and this resulted in a glut of comedy clubs, but there's just not that many people that are great stand-up comics. So people are watching A&E's Evening at the Improv, and they're like, oh, fuck, there's comedy tonight down the street. Or maybe even a club, a full-on club open. But then they go to the club or to the comedy night at the Bar and Grill, and all the comedians suck. And they're like, well, that sucked. I paid, the 2-drink minimum and the cover charge, and everything was overpriced, and I was cramped in there, and everything. It wasn't anything like what I saw on TV. And, so in other words, the comedy kind of shot itself in the foot. The other thing was, there was stand-up comedy on basic cable. There was suddenly a zillion channels for people to watch, and they're like, well, what do we put on basic cable? It's like, oh, stand-up comedy, that's people like that shit, and it's low production cost. All you need is a fucking couple of cameras. There's a guy on stage with a microphone. It's all done for you. Just record what's going on there. 2-3 cameras, soundboard, you're good to go, right? So low production, guy stands up, talks on a mic, next guy stands up, talks on a mic. And so people were like, fuck going to comedy clubs. I'm just going to watch the great comedians on TV. And then stand-up comedy and magic both do this thing where they ebb and flow in popularity, where for some reason there's a resurgence and people just, all they want to do is watch stand-up. And then they like get sick of it. And part of it does seem to be there becomes a glut of it. And I feel like this is kind of what happened with Netflix. Netflix started doing comedy specials, and you get all of a sudden a glut of specials, and now they're not so special anymore. And then you watch them and you realize, okay, this guy worked on this hour or hour 10 minutes for like the last 10 years, and it was fucking amazing. And now 2 years later, he's doing an hour that he only worked on for 2 years, and it feels like it. And there's very few comics have been prolific and either gotten better or stayed on par. George Carlin had more than a handful of amazing albums. Toward the end, a lot of people didn't like the direction he went. I saw him as evolving, and I personally loved George Carlin at the end. And I know a lot of hardcore George Carlin fans didn't like what he became at the end, but that's okay. I felt like he evolved. I didn't feel like he got worse. I felt like he was kind of almost doing a different thing by the end. Kind of like what Nanette did, except better. You could almost say by the end, George Carlin was doing a really angry, brilliant, funny TED Talk, whereas Nanette is a really fucking horrible, you want to put your thumbs into your fucking eye sockets and pull your eyeballs out and stomp on them kind of experience. But anyway, just my opinion. But then Chris Rock, he pulled it off. His first special was killer, and then his second one was amazing. But he also had help writing that stuff. It's like Chris Rock was more like an actor playing the part of a stand-up comedian, right? Because he had writers and prowed the stage and put on a performance. There's nothing wrong with that approach, by the way. There's an old, I'm not positive, I think it was Robert Houdin said, a magician is merely an actor playing the part of a magician. Now, I've never taken that approach. I never have taken my approach as like, I'm going to go on stage and I'm going to be an actor playing a character who is going to deliver stand-up comedy or magic. Some people have that philosophy, and not saying, and it works for them. It's just not my philosophy. But I feel like we've hit that point with Netflix specials where they're not that special anymore. And there's just a glut of comedy out there. But luckily, YouTube is a meritocracy. So if you're somebody that is persistent and before the lockdown, so the camera that I use for my live stream here, I bought it right before everything got shut down. The reason I got it was because it follows you around. I can turn it on, and no matter where I go, it'll follow me. It's like having a camera operator. And since I do all my gigs alone for the most part, I had this plan to take the camera with me on gigs, set it up, and it would follow me, and I was going to have a splitter with 2 audio channels, one going to the sound system of wherever I'm performing, to the PA basically, and the other one going to my Zoom. So I'd have an audio line off the mic, super clean audio, and I'd have a line, and I'd have another mic for the audience audio. So, and then I'd have a camera that would follow me around, right? That was my plan. So I could do my shows, record them, have really good balance of audio. And then I was going to copy Andrew Schultz and start uploading like 3-minute clips, 5-minute clips, especially of organic moments that I knew would never happen again. Things that, I went on a riff or a tangent, or there's crowd moment, some kind of interaction with somebody in the crowd that it's not going to happen every time. It's not like it's going on a special, right? I could just. So then the COVID happened, and now I have a camera that's not really made for doing what I do for. It's made to charge up, like you charge the battery and you put it on a tripod and you use it for 90 minutes for your your show, or for whatever you're doing, whatever activity, wherever you need somebody where you need a cameraman and there's nobody around, right? So what I do is I plug the fucker in, but it uses the power faster than I can charge it, which means I get like 4.5 hours out of it instead of 90 minutes, but it does still slowly die on me. Anywho, talk about it, digression. Miss B said she was interested in technical shit, and since I know she's a performer, I thought she might find it interesting. And any other performers might go, oh, wow, that's a really cool idea. I hope one day to get to use it. So YouTube is a meritocracy. So my thought was I'll be able to upload these clips, and it might be a year of uploading 5-minute clips of me killing, but eventually something's going to go viral and someone's going to go, what else does this guy have? And they're going to go, oh, wow. For a year, he's been uploading 3-minute and 5-minute clips, and they're going to start looking at him and go, well, this guy's really funny. Where's he been the whole time? That's what happened with me and Ryan Long. Ryan Long had a video go viral. He's a Canadian comedian. I think he lives in New York now, and he had a video go viral where these two guys are wearing shirts. One says woke and one says racist, and they agree on everything. It's fucking hilarious and it's brilliant. It's so funny. It's like 2.5 minutes long. And I went and I immediately subscribed, and I realized, oh, this guy's a stand-up comic. Oh, fuck, he has a show on Canadian TV. And then I see that, oh, man, he's been making videos for years. And holy shit, he's really funny. This guy's really talented, really funny. And how is it just under the radar for me? Never knew who the fucking guy was. And so that was the dream, right? And then everything got shut down. So despite there being a glut of so-called specials on Netflix, when you see somebody who has never, as far as I know, released a special before, or if he has, it was many years ago. I'll have to Google it. It's just so much better, and that is Eddie Pepitone. You see Eddie Pepitone's latest, I'll have to Google whether or not he's ever had a special, but if, like I said, if it's either his first real special or the first one he's released in years, and when you see a guy like Eddie Pepitone, you go, now this is who should be getting a special on Netflix. You look at there's like 50 specials, you just go down and like, most of these are fucking unwatchable. Yeah, I mean, Brendan Schaub was like, and I like Brendan Schaub, but it's like someone, Joe had a talk with Brendan where it's a famous episode where Brendan was saying that he thought he still had a chance of being a contender in the UFC for, contender for the heavyweight title. And Joe had a stern talking to him about how he thought it was time for him to retire. And it was like, and then Brendan ended up retiring from the UFC. So it's like Joe was willing to be honest with him and tell him he should retire from fighting, that his best days were behind him. Why wasn't he honest enough to say, bro, they're offering you a special. Tell them you want to do it, but you want 3 more years because you're not ready. I've seen you. You're not ready for a special. And I've got to take a leak because I can feel my head swimming. So here, watch this real quick. I'll be right back. And then we'll talk about how much the Emmys suck.
Yes, I do. Because in rehearsal, I thought we decided that we're just...
we have a record number of Black Emmy nominees this year, which is great. This is the part where the white people start to applaud.
Oh.
And nod.
Oh.
What the fuck?
Thank you, Jimmy. All right, these Emmys would have been these Emmys would have been NBA All-Star Weekend and Wakanda all wrapped in one. This was supposed to be the blackest Emmys ever. Y'all wouldn't have been able to handle how black it was going to be. But because of COVID, we can't even get in the damn building.
Well, thank you, Anthony.
These Emmys would have been so black, it would have been like hot sauce in your purse black. It would have been Howard University homecoming black. It would have been you fit the description black.
Well, I'm sorry that it wasn't that. It would have been great. It really
Yeah,
would.
we would have had speeches quoting our great poets like Maya Angelou, Langston Hughes, Cardi B, WAP, Jimmy.
Oh, the song. Oh,
Yes.
totally.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
But,
right.
but instead of that sexy melanated energy, here I am, alone in a sterilized green room, trying not to sneeze on a llama. What a damn
It was
shame.
actually an alpaca.
Don't white-splain it to me, Jimmy.
Sorry.
It should have been a pit bull.
Oh,
But not tonight. No, not tonight. This isn't what it should have been, Jimmy. But you know what? I'm still rooting for everybody black. Because black stories, black performances, and black lives matter. Say it with me, Jimmy. Black lives matter. Louder, Jimmy.
Black lives matter.
Louder, Jimmy. Say it so that Mike Pence can hear it.
Black lives matter.
That's right. And because Black Lives Matter, black people will stay at home tonight to be safe, which is fine because guess what? Y'all don't know how to light us anyway. No. Jimmy,
At least I remembered to turn my mic on this time. What the fuck? What? If you're not getting high now, I don't know what it's going to take. If there was ever a time to say, fuck it, I'm going to try drugs, not that weed is a drug, but living through 2020 would be that time. I mean, what the actual fuck, as the kids say. I'm playing with my thing. There we go. Look at that. Look at that composition, Miss B. Yeah, I don't know. What can you say about this? I was taking a leak, so by the way, I figured something out. These are the kind of little things you figure out from doing this. I have one of those. I have a Bluetooth speaker. From now on, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that the speaker it wasn't synced already, is on, so that, and I'm going to leave it in the bathroom. And then when I have to run and take a leak, I could still hear the show. Huh? But let's go through, let's play it again I did watch it earlier, but let's just pick it apart a little bit.
You do?
yes, I do.
Because in rehearsal, we decided that we're just...
You know, we have a record number of Black Emmy nominees this year.
So, is that right there supposed to be, yeah, on the job, is that supposed to be a joke? Like, I'm assuming, like, okay, that's the joke is he's going to go off script. But are you with me so far, or was that for real? I mean, also, I want to, who is this guy? Let me take a look at my own, I just saw this on Twitter. Who's the actor he's on stage with? Is that the... I mean, by the way, I don't know my fucking actors that well. Does anybody know who the fuck he is? I was trying to find out, but I can't. This is just Twitter. This isn't an article, so... All right, well, I'm going to keep playing, and I'm sure one of you will tell me who the fuck this is. I have no idea who the fuck this guy is. But in your opinions, at this point, when you see this in the beginning here, where he's like going to act like he's going off script. At this point, do you think this is a joke? Like, in other words, when I saw this, it was like, oh, they're doing a bit, right?
I'd like to say.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Because in rehearsal, I thought we decided that we're just.
You know, we have.
So right there, do you think that's a bit? Anthony something from Blackish? Oh, he's on Blackish. Okay. Where a show, I've never seen the show, but race is right in the title, which, you know, is fitting for a generation of douchebags that have made everything about race and gender as opposed to individuals. He's the most successful guy to ever make it out of Compton. He's a Medea wannabe who used to be fat. Okay, well, at this point, do you think they're doing a bit when he's like, I've got something to say, and Jimmy's like, well, really? Because I thought in rehearsal.
We have a record number of Black Emmy nominees this year, which is great. This is the part where the white people start to applaud. Oh. And nod. Oh.
What the fuck?
See, but I feel like, okay, up to this point, I still feel like they're doing a bit. Are you with me on that? Whoever posted this doing the commentary is like, what the fuck? At this point, I feel like this is what the joke is supposed to be. The joke is supposed to be, if we were really doing this in front of a live audience, for real, this is what would be going on, and the camera would be panning, and the people would be applauding. And so he is filling in for the audience and clapping to the pandering. All right, so that's the way, at this point, I'm taking it like they're doing a bit, they're doing comedy, and the joke is, you play the part of the I'm going to play the part of the pandering Emmys, and you're going to play the part of the condescendingly approving blue checkmark Hollywood douchebags. That's you're saying, of course it's a bit. All right. But it gets okay. At this point, we're all in agreement then. Okay.
Thank you, Jimmy. All right, these Emmys would have been All-Star. These Emmys would have been NBA All-Star Weekend and Wakanda, all wrapped in one. This was supposed to be the blackest Emmys ever. Y'all wouldn't have been able to handle how black it was gonna be. But because of COVID, we can't even get in the damn building.
Well, thank you, Anthony.
Yeah, these Emmys would have been so black, it would have been like hot sauce in your purse black. It would have been.
Okay, so like, sounds like your friend Juan doing the commentary. By the way, when I asked you, you know, if whether or not they were doing a bit, I know they're doing a bit. I'm being insanely sarcastic. Sorry, maybe I underplayed it, but also I always do like to ask the chat, because I have people in the comments section of my Facebook constantly thinking Onion articles are for real. So I just like to check in and go, is there anybody here? I always like to check in and say, like, is there anybody here who at this point thinks, you know? So look, the hot sauce thing, it's kind of funny because they really are doing a commentary on how pandering people like Clinton are, and Biden playing Despacito when he's in front of a bunch of Mexicans. Anyway.
Howard University homecoming black. It would have been you fit the description black.
Well, I'm sorry that it wasn't that. It would have been great. It really would have.
We would have had speeches quoting our great poets like Maya Angelou, Langston Hughes, Cardi B, WAP, Jimmy.
Oh, the song. Oh,
yes.
Totally.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
This is so fucking bad. And again, I love Jimmy Kimmel. I love Jimmy Kimmel. I don't love this. This is I feel like he's being held hostage. We're watching a fucking hostage video. It's crazy, right? Because back in the day of like the Man Show and stuff, Adam Carolla was always like the bigger star, and yes, I am being facetious. I was going to say that, and then the words are becoming more and more difficult as I get higher, and as as the cringe factor goes up. This is like really insulting, and this is why. How do you watch network television? I mean, who's watching network television when you've got the internet? There are so many things that being done online that are so much more interesting. By the way, we were talking about the natural trajectory of things, starting off punk rock, becoming a scene, and then eventually becoming corporatized and not being what they used to be. YouTube is another example of that. YouTube used to be so much more interesting when it was brand new. I've been here since the beginning, and it just felt more like, pirate radio or something. And now it's gotten so corporate. But I'm trying to maintain that but I want, that's why I want to, on my fan club, I could push things further and get even crazier and just go fucking totally balls out. And it's like, yeah, this is the kind of shit, it's weird. It's offensive. Maybe do some stuff, some animated stuff. I want to just go totally off the rails in the fan club and give you what you used to get on YouTube that it no longer recommends because it's gone so corporate. The Man Show, Jimmy died long ago, Zach. Yeah, well, my point is Adam Carolla was like the big star, and then Jimmy Kimmel ends up surpassing him and gets the Tonight Show or whatever it is. I mix up who's got what show. They're all like late night shows to me, and I don't like those shows. I mean, Stephen Colbert was great on the Colbert Report, and I guess I get it. He couldn't do it forever. Didn't want to do it forever. Got tired of doing the act. That's fine, but now he's just a generic talk show host. I love what John Oliver does. I'm when I do my pre-produced videos, which I didn't do one this week. This is the first week I missed. It's a whole long story, but basically, when I do those videos, I'm copying Andrew Schultz and John Oliver. They're kind of my inspiration for the ones I make. I'm trying to do the kind of same thing they're doing, and I'm just trying to do it with a different point of view and trying to make it filthier and edgier. But not purposely, not just for the sake of being filthy, but you know what I'm saying. But those guys are great. I'm just, so I've modeled my format after their format is what I'm saying. But Jimmy Kimmel ends up surpassing Adam Carolla in fame and fortune and in mainstream success. But right now, Adam Carolla is still at the helm of the pirate ship he built, and he's just cruising along doing what he's doing. And people get mad, and he doesn't give a fuck. He made his comments about COVID, and people goofed on his spelling of pussies, and they gave him a hard time about his opinion, and he was like, I could give a fuck, eat a dick. He's never apologizing, doesn't care. And I've become a bigger and bigger Adam Carolla fan over the years. And so right now, I don't know, like, would you rather be Adam Carolla happily telling everybody, giving everybody the middle finger and having rabid fans that are never going to cancel him because that's why they love him? Same thing with Joey Diaz. Joey Diaz doesn't give a fuck. He's like, hey, motherfuckers, I told you everything. You know what I'm about. If you're a fan of mine, you're a fan. And he said, he goes, charging $1 on Patreon. For him, it was a way of just weeding people out, having a little barrier to entry so that, you get some of the douchebags out of your life. I get it. But so I don't know. Who would you rather be, Adam Carolla or Jimmy Kimmel? At one point, it seemed like Adam Carolla. Then it seemed like Jimmy Kimmel. And now it seems like Adam Carolla again, like it's gone full circle. So you're going to go balls out on your fan page? Absolutely. That's kind of the idea, Rudy, is, I mean, I'm not going to take my balls out, but the fan page, I'm just going to get, it's going to get weird in there. I think I've come to terms with, by the way, did one of you, well, Jordan is the person that's mostly bought shit off of my Amazon wish list, but there has been one other person. I don't know if this is a weird one. I've gotten weird voicemails about receiving a shipment to my place tomorrow, and I have no idea what the fuck it is. And it's questionable. It makes it like I don't trust it because it's weird voice messages. It doesn't seem copacetic. Like I feel like I'm about to get served papers by an attorney for something. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you shouldn't have sent those spam faxes 20 years ago. You what? Yeah, you were spamming fax machines 20 years ago. We're taking you to court. Fuck. Stephen Colbert was great on Strangers with Candy and The Daily Show. Absolutely. I love Stephen Colbert. I'm just saying it's the theme of today's show. The theme of today's show is don't get upset by it, accept that everything in this life, including life itself, you got here out of nothing, you'll disappear into nothing. Just like your next thought, it comes from nowhere, and where does it go? Where does your thought come from, and where does it go to? It's just the fucking way of life, my friends. So one day I hope to be huge, and you guys are going to all watch me go, wow, Zach, we remember how punk rock it was. And then you're going to watch it all just fall to shit. I don't know why it's going to fall to, but maybe it won't. So look, it doesn't always have to happen. If it doesn't happen, it's because you've accepted a certain ceiling of money and fame, which I'm fine with. So, for example, Adam Carolla, already an example. He could have probably done a lot of things differently, pursued things in a different way, and had a much different result. Could have been more mainstream, could have been less divisive. There's all kinds of things he could have done that may have made him richer or more famous. Doug Stanhope is another guy that could probably, if he had decided, imagine if Doug Stanhope decided to go squeaky clean. It's not like his talent would be, it's not like he couldn't do it. You know, it's not even that Doug Stanhope is dirty, right? It's the subject matter. Imagine if Doug Stanhope decided to use all that vitriol and save it, but instead of, you know, talking about all that stuff that's super dark, he was using all of that for, like, I don't know, bashing Trump, right? It's like something cliche and hack and boring. The thing everybody's doing, right? Everybody's bashing Trump. So imagine, you know, you don't think Doug Stanhope, if he wanted to put all of his effort into bashing Trump, that he couldn't do it? Of course he could. You know? You know, but it's, so you make a choice, and I love doing these casts, and I love making the videos. And the only thing that sucks is when you feel like you're doing it for no reason. When you're questioning it, when you're like, I suck at this. I see all these other people doing it and somehow they're successful and I can't be. I guess I just blow. But then all of a sudden something great happens and you're like, I could do this. I could do this. All right, all right. So it's this really fucking crazy up and down that's different, you know? I'm a little used to it from the point of view of doing a show and like being in a theater and crushing, because I'm like never in a theater. I'm usually in some hotel banquet room or in someone's living room. So like going into a theater and just crushing it. And then the next day being in somebody's living room and like they won't put the dog away and like you're allergic to their cat and you could feel your eyes watering and you're at like, could I get something to drink? And they turn out to be like, it's like an alcohol-free party. So you're drinking water and you're sniffling and the dog is knocking over your magic table and your PA. And you're like, Jesus Christ, I crushed in front of 2,000 people in a proper theater last night and was signing, and people wanted to take pictures and wanted me to sign the program. And now I've got a dog knocking over my sound system and just shattered the screen on my laptop. You know what I mean? So I'm used to that. But either way, I'm getting paid, right? It's like I get fucking paid either way. This is different though, because it's like, fuck, man, I did all that, and I got 2 thumbs up. There's 4 people watching. Two of them are don't give a fuck, and 2 gave me thumbs up, and those 2 people might have left. It might be 4 people that don't give a fuck. It's hard to break through, man, but I'm a persistent cunt. So I'll keep going.
Instead of that sexy melanated energy, here I am, alone in a sterilized green room, trying not to sneeze on a llama.
How's the volume on that?
What a damn shame.
Actually, an alpaca.
Don't white-splain it to me, Jimmy.
Sorry.
It should have been the pit bull.
Oh, shit.
But not tonight.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean? I should have been spitting on a llama. You said it was actually an alpaca. It should have been a pit bull. Did I miss something? What the fuck are they talking about? I clearly have missed something here. I think I'm happy that I don't know what they're talking about. I think I'm proud of that. Can someone, for the love of God, explain to me? I got to hear that again. And you got to tell me if the volume is all right.
Not to sneeze on a llama. What a damn shame.
Actually, an alpaca.
Don't white-splain it to me, Jimmy.
Sorry.
It should have been the pit bull.
Oh,
But not tonight.
I don't understand. I don't get it. Well, if anybody wants to explain that shit to me. I got my fucking lighting down pretty good. I can't figure out how to get rid of the lines under the glasses right here. I don't know what that takes. Oh, I could just talk. I'll just talk like this. I'll look sexy. Hey, everybody. How's everybody doing? Notice there's no lines from my sunglasses under my face. If I go quick, you never see.
No, not tonight. This isn't what it should have been, Jimmy. But you know what? I'm still rooting for everybody black. Because black stories, black performances, and Black Lives Matter. Say it with me, Jimmy. Black Lives Matter. Louder, Jimmy.
Black Lives Matter.
Louder, Jimmy. Say it so that Mike Pence can hear it.
Black Lives Matter.
That's right. And because Black Lives Matter, black people will stay at home tonight to be safe, which is fine because guess what? Y'all don't know how to light us anyway.
You know what would have been funnier?
Jimmy,
Well, I mean anything. But what would have been awesome is if he refused to say it. If Jimmy Kimmel was like, I'm not saying it, all lives matter. And then this guy, whatever his name is, just pulls out a gun and then shoots Jimmy Kimmel. That would have been hilarious. Say Black Lives Matter, Jimmy. No, I'm not saying it. What? Yeah, I'm not fucking saying it. I think Black Lives Matter is a cult that's a faction of a religion based in a philosophy of intersectionalism and critical race theory, and I'm not saying it. You best be saying it. Fuck you. All lives matter. And then this dude pulls out a gun and just shoots Jimmy Kimmel right in the fucking head. And then yells at his corpse. Told you, motherfucker. Told you. It's all day. It's 2020. That would have been awesome. That would have been good. Anybody with me? Are we doing comedy yet? Is this comedy yet? It's such a fucking bitch, man. Like, do I get any credit that I'm one of the few motherfuckers that does my shit alone, and I'm not, like, I actually do jokes. I'm not saying they're good, but I'm doing them. You know what I mean? As opposed to what most people are out there doing, which is just playing, like, other people's content, or they're just having conversation. Like, I can't believe, like, okay, I was talking about the comedy boom of the 80s and how there was a glut of comedy and a lot of it suddenly wasn't very good. Same thing with a lot of these podcasts. There's a glut of podcasts where the people hosting the podcast are taking it for granted that people just are interested in listening to them talk about traffic and the weather. There's so many, and these are people I like, but I'm like, I turn it on, and I'm listening, and I'm like, they've been talking for 15 minutes about nothing. They're like not even busting balls, or they're not even attempting, like, when I do these stories, I try to, like, find a way to bust some balls along the way, make a joke. You don't get the llama thing either, Dub Style? Nobody seems to know what the fuck they're talking about. I don't get, I mean, I think the joke was supposed to be making fun of woke people that are insisting that, I think they're making fun of the people that are making people do this. That's what I think is happening. So, oh, look, my pal Adam Epstein gave me a little tweet. Love Adam. He's got a new episode of The Dispatch out. I haven't watched it yet. Make sure you check out Adam Epstein, The Dispatch. He's another guy I'd like to have on the podcast, but I don't know. You see, I'm afraid of asking certain people to come on because I just feel I'm like such trash, and they probably don't want to be associated with what I do. You know what I mean? Like Adam's he's an intellectual, and he's like Ivy Leaguer, and he does a show called The Dispatch where, you know, he's trying to be very articulate, and he has very well written, well thought out scripts, and he's trying to be a goddamn professional. Me, on the other hand, you know, I'm like a white trash intellectual. We're both intellectuals. He's an Ivy League intellectual. I'm a white trash intellectual. He graduated from Brown. I graduated from the University of Central Florida. All right? So, and then and I've got the same thing with like Josh McDermott. He's a buddy of mine from The Walking Dead. I mean, I'd love to have him on, but I'm a scumbag. Does he really want to, you know what I mean? Like, so I don't want to put him in that place. I don't want to say, hey, Josh, would you do my podcast even though, like, I say a lot of racist shit in the name of comedy, because I still believe that racist jokes are funny, which a lot of people do, by the way. It's just I'm open about it. I also think fat jokes are funny, and I think all jokes are funny. Black lives matter. All lives matter. All comedy matters. All jokes matter. That's what I'm going to start. AJM. All jokes matter. Rape jokes, that'll be our chant. We'll be walking down the street. All jokes matter. Do rape jokes matter? All jokes matter. Do black jokes matter? All jokes matter. What about Jew jokes? Jew jokes matter. Let's hear a Jew joke. And it's like, our chants will be like just the most racist, misogynistic, anti-Semitic, we need I need some hold on a sec. I need marching sound effects here. Hold on a second. It's like, here's the problem is I think of these ideas on the fly. So if I had some sort of producer, then I could, so it's not in my stream deck yet though. Marching, it's actually like protest sounds, There we go. And okay, I got some. Tell me if that how the volume is there. Let's see, how about the type of, all right. Let's see. There we go. Give me 1 second here. Jesus Christ. How's that volume? All right, everybody. We're taking to the streets for the first All Jokes Matter March. AJM. Bunch of comedians. We've got every comedian in the country that was willing to wake up before 2 p.m. to come out for the march. We even allow, yes, open micers, you're allowed here too. Open micers, you are basically what we call allies. It's your job to defend the headliners from the police and from the woke mob. So all open micers, you stand up at the front, and if you see your headliner brothers and sisters being attacked, be sure to intervene on their behalf. All right. Now, we're going to be doing some callbacks here. If you're a headliner at any time, you could take the bullhorn. You could feel free and do a callback. If a headliner hands you the bullhorn and you're a feature act or MC, you can do up to 3 callbacks for the feature act. And, well, MC, you have the most important job. We'll go ahead and give you 3 as well. So headliners, unlimited, 3 callbacks for features and MCs. As a feature or MC, you can only give the bullhorn back to a headliner. The bullhorn should never be put in the hands of an open micer at any point. Do the open micers get the bullhorn? All right, we ready for the All Jokes Matter March? AJM. All right, here we go. All jokes matter. All jokes matter. What do you call a Jewish Pokemon trainer? Ash. All jokes matter. All jokes matter. What's the difference between a Boy Scout and a Jew in the 1940s? The Boy Scout comes back from the camp. All jokes matter. All jokes matter. AJM. What about jokes about midgets and abuse? I know a joke about an abusive dwarf and his tall wife. A little offensive, but a real knee slapper. All jokes matter. All jokes matter. The most offensive thing as a black man is when you walking down the street and an old white woman clutches her purse. Bitch really thinks she's stronger than me. All jokes matter. All jokes matter. Apparently calling people terrorists is offensive now. I've been told the correct term is government contractors. All right, so when are you going to have people call in on your show? Oh, you want to do that? You could do it now. Should I do that? I never know. Like, I don't know. I have so many ideas that nobody seems to give a fuck about. You know what I mean? I was thinking about last night. I was watching The Trooper. He's a guy that does a poker vlog from Vegas. And I was like, it made me want to start vlogging again. I did a few vlogs. They're a lot of work. They take a fucking ton of time. I don't know. Whatever you guys want me to do, man. Miss B, I think if she's in, I was going to have her on tomorrow. Her fucking wackiness. I love her. What is this joke? I hate this website that I looked for offensive jokes. It's all, every one of them's got a trigger warning. It's like, give me a fucking break. Fucking babies. We used to have those joke books when we were kids. Truly Tasteless Jokes. There was a series of these joke books called Truly Tasteless Jokes, and they were all, and people were up in arms about them. It turned out a woman put them out. They were like, these are misogynistic. There's a woman that had produced these joke books. And they were like really popular with kids. Because, of course, for the obvious reason. Fucking too funny. Did you see the... I watched The Trooper and every other poker vlog. Did you see the newest poker cheating scandal by Fedor Cruz? Wow, there's a new one? No, I know, of course, about Mike Postel. The Trooper, real quick. You're probably the only one that watches The Trooper besides me. So, real quick, that I watched. I hadn't watched his vlog in a while, but he was saying that if he was going to be honest, that when he was doing his poker vlog, that he was only playing like 2 hours of poker a night because it took so much time to set up all the shots to make the vlog look good and to do all of the editing and all the production, that the smallest part of what he was doing was playing poker. So his results on the vlog were not very telling, because poker, if you want to know whether or not somebody is a long-term winner in the game of poker, you would want, thousands of hours of their play. So if somebody's playing 8 hours a day, Monday through Friday, a full-time job, and, you look at the results at the end of the year, and they've kept track of all of their numbers, you could see whether or not they're winning or losing. And it means something because they played full-time over the course of a year. That's not even to say that a poker player couldn't have a losing year. I mean, it's all kinds of shit can happen. But let's just assume, though, that somebody plays, 5 years in a row, and 5 years in a row at the end of every year, they've shown a net profit of $100,000 a year. They're making their living as a professional poker player. That is very telling. On the other hand, if somebody plays poker once a month and they keep track of the records and they play for 8 hours once a month, and anything could happen over the course of such a it's just such a small sample size that they could have go on just a really good run of good cards and win a bunch of money and look like they're really killing it for the year. They go, look how much money I won in 2019. I won, $19,000 and just playing Hold'em part-time. And then you find out, well, they only played, a handful of hours and just had some really good sessions. And that's all they played, It's like if you sat down, got pocket aces, went all in, got called by everybody at the table, won the hand, cashed out and left, and that was the only game you played that year and said you won playing poker in 2019. It's factually correct, but it doesn't say anything about whether or not you're a good poker player, So I thought it was really cool that the trooper was honest, that he said, listen, my poker vlog, if I'm going to be honest, I wasn't playing that much, so you can't look at my results and go, wow, this guy, he's a really great player, a really bad player. It's like, you can watch my play and see the decisions I'm making and see I'm not a moron. But at the same time, poker is like a muscle, man. You got to be playing all the time, kind of. I mean, one of the things I really, really miss doing is I'll never go back to play. Well, fuck, with COVID, you never know. If they open up the casinos in LA and I can play poker again, fuck, I would honestly consider returning to playing part-time, because I know I'm a winning poker player because I have kept my stats through an app for years, and I know I'm a winner. So, but I don't know. I probably won't do it because I'd rather just put more effort into making this better. I don't want to play poker long term. I want to do this long term. So, in the name of focus, I probably won't. But I would love to go back to playing like once a week. Every Friday or Saturday night. I'd like, it'd be cool. Like when my last gig of the evening is done, it's like, okay, I did my gig. I used to do that, man. Especially one time I did a private event at the Bicycle Casino, and I did my gig and then went and sat down and played cards. It was awesome. Didn't have to even move my car. Just walked from the room I was in where I performed and walked in over to the poker room. So I thought that was really cool that he was honest, though, that most of what you saw was it took a lot of editing and production and all that. But I have not seen Fedor Cruz as a cheater. I got to look into that. He uses a second computer with a solver with 60,000 scenarios to make the perfect GTO decision on PokerStars. For those of you that don't know, GTO stands for Game Theory Optimal. It basically means playing perfectly. GG Poker and ACR, online cash game poker, is done. They're all cheating. The only reason we found out about Fedor is his roommate got pissed off at him and took pictures and released texts of his scene. And by the way, Fedor sounds like the name of a guy that would cheat at poker. Zach, do you know Ryan Feldman and Garrett Adelstein? I've never met Garrett. I know who he is because I watched Live at the Bike. And Ryan Feldman, I know he's part of Live at the Bike too, and I'm having a hard time picturing him. I don't know if I've ever met him. I'll tell you who you know from Live at the Bike that I've played poker with a lot is there's two people. One is JJ. I've played with JJ a lot. And the other one is, the fuck does she go by? I'm forgetting her name. This older woman. She's not bad looking, but she's a very good poker player. She's from the Midwest. She's from, don't you know, from, where the fuck is that? The fuck is that movie called? With William H. Macy, and they turned it into a TV series. I love that shit too. Let me hit this. I'll remember. Uh-oh, I got to repack. Yeah, Ryan runs Live at the Bike. No, I know who he is, but I just can't see him in my mind's eye, and I don't think I've ever met him. You know who's one of my favorite people who's not part of Live at the Bike anymore, and it's a fucking mistake. Here's an example of something that was so punk rock. I mean, Live at the Bike was real punk rock when it started. But what's his face with the red hair? I used to have the same hair as him. He has carrot top hair. He's got the Jew fro. The fuck is his name? I'm forgetting everybody's name. He's a brilliant, brilliant poker player and a real fucking rounder, a real grinder and a real rounder, and smart as shit. What the fuck is that guy's name? He had Fargo, North Dakota. That's right. The girl, I'm trying to remember the girl's name from Live at the Bike. I don't know if she plays so much anymore, but she used to be on Live at the Bike all the time, and she was from North Dakota, or from Michigan or Minnesota. I think she was from. Minnesota, and she would talk like that. And she's very nice, and I played with her. But out of all those Live at the Bike people that you would know, I played the most with JJ. Who does commentary and sometimes sits in the game. And the thing about, the bicycle club's got a lot of good players, man. When I grew up shooting a lot of pool, and I played at, it was a crazy thing. I used to shoot pool all the time at Hollywood Billiards in Hollywood, Florida. And we had a weekly tournament there. And it was some of the most amazing pool players in the country played in this goddamn tournament. And I used to play with fucking pool hall legends like Dennis Searing and Toby Sweet. And as a matter of fact, Joe Rogan, before he hated me, we talked about Hollywood Billiards. I told him, somehow it came up, and I said, hey, man, I used to play at Hollywood Billiards in their weekly tournament, and somehow, I don't know why this topic came up, and he's like, dude, I love pool. I'm like, I think maybe I heard him say that he did, and I'm like, yeah, I heard you talking about it, and that's why I said, I used to play with Dennis Searing, and I fucked up because I could have bought a Dennis Searing cue, when he first started making them, it would have been worth a lot now, and I fucked up, I was a kid, I was a teenager, and anyway, so we're talking about all that, and Jesus Christ. What I was going to say is, but Hollywood Billiards was the pool hall where when you went there any day of the week, there was always gambling going on, and the people that played there knew how to fucking shoot pool. It was probably the toughest pool hall in terms of the highest level of play. When I say toughest, biggest gambling. There was a lot of pool halls in town with great gambling and stuff. A lot of guys that came from out of town, but that tournament attracted really strong players. The bicycle club is kind of like that. Among the Los Angeles casinos, the bike is like the Hollywood Billiards. I don't know why. I'm just making an analogy that one person in Florida knows what I'm talking about. But so I like the bicycle club. One thing that's great about the bike is my main game is the 5-5. The way we do the blinds in LA is on the 5-5 game, the small blind and the big blind are both $5, as opposed to having like a $3 and a $5 or a $2 and a $5. When the big blind is $5 in these LA games, the small blind is the same size. So it's just the way it is here. And but if you play at most places like the Commerce or Hollywood Park, it's a minimum $300 buy-in, maximum $500 buy-in. The bicycle is cool because you can buy in from $300 to $1,000. So it's cool if you buy in with $1,000, you have a little bit more. The game is a lot more interesting. It becomes truer to what no limit hold'em should be, because if you have a lot of people buying in for like $300 when both blinds are $5 and the average raise coming in is $25, it's like you end up with a lot of situations where people are going all in, and it's not the decisions basically become fold or all in. That only changes as people, if you sit there and your stack grows and grows and grows, and now you've got a few $1,000s in front of you, and that's usually what happens. You're sitting at the table and there's 2 or 3 of you that all have a few $1,000s, and then there's all of these other people that are buying in for $300 to $500, and they're coming in with all kinds of garbage typically, and the people with the big stacks are protecting their big stacks, and when they need to, they're using those big stacks to push around the smaller stacks. And they kind of, big stacks oftentimes will stay out of each other's way, and then once in a while they go to war. It does happen, but you're not often seeing a big stack lose its entire big stack to another big stack. A lot of times there's a lot of strategy and thinking and thought. There's a lot of time being put into it. And you might see a big pop, but that big stack is now just a smaller big stack. Anywho, the point is, Live at the Bike is great. The bicycle casino is great because you can buy in 3 to 1,000 for that 5-5 game, but beware, the level of play is really tough. Then there's the Commerce Casino is arguably my favorite place to play. I can get there very quickly after I leave jiu-jitsu. It's not far from downtown, so I can after jiu-jitsu, sometimes I would just shower and drive to the Commerce. People there are drinking. They've been playing for a while. There's losers chasing, trying to get even. And I just did jiu-jitsu, and I just showered, and I'm fresh as a daisy. My mind is focused. I'm relaxed. I sit down, and I've had some really good sessions doing that. Dub says, I love playing small stack, much love strategy involved. Yeah, but eventually those small stacks become big, and so you got to know how, right? I mean, you buy in, let's say for the minimum of 300, you get pocket aces, and let's say it's not even that crazy. You get, pocket jacks, and you put in a raise, and you get a few callers, and then you flop a set, and you bet and get raised and re-raised, and okay, now you're all in, and you end up winning like a $1,200 pot, and now you're sitting on $1,200. So now it's like, now what do you do? Now you got to know how to play that shit. Either that, or you could, some people do this. You could switch tables. You could play super tight, switch tables, and then when you switch tables, you can only move to the table with the maximum buy-in. So you could switch tables, put everything in your pocket, and buy back in for 300. I should have done that one time. There was this one night. It was my, in the beginning of Rounders when he loses everything, and he describes what it's like to lose it all. I had my what was this? Mike McDermott. I had my Mike McDermott moment one night at Hollywood Park, where I left just feeling like I had been punched in the stomach. And but I learned a valuable lesson. Without getting into the hand and everything that happened, I had probably a few $1,000s in front of me, and I had won it in a very. I was sitting, I think, around $1,000 for several hours, and a guy came in, started playing every hand wild, going all in, and started creating a lot of action, some big pots, and suddenly I was sitting on like a few $1,000s. And what I should have done at that point, where I was at that point in life, was I should have said to myself, Zach, This is a great game you're in right now. This guy is spectacular for the game. People are moving, people are getting on the wait list to get into this game with this guy. However, for you, this $3,000 is life-changing money, because at this point it was. And the reason it was life-changing money is because this was one of those points in my life where everything was fucked, but things were on the mend. I was doing really well, actually. And this money was enough to give me a little bit of to take care of some things and to put myself in a position where if things continued as they were, I would really be doing well. But if things got fucked, I would still be okay, because it's a long story. It was just, that's where I was in life, where $3,000 could have made a really, really big difference to me. It had ramifications beyond what was right in front of me, right? And if I was smarter back then, this is years ago when I was retarded, if I was smarter back then, what I would have done was I would have said, yeah, this means more than staying in a good game. And if I wanted to play, I should have switched tables and then gone to the other table, bought in for $300 and put the $2,700 in my pocket. And then if I even felt like playing, like maybe I didn't get my fix, right? Maybe I'd only played for a couple of hours. I'm like, I want to play longer. All right, put the $2,700 in the pocket, play with it, and now maybe you do great over here and you win another couple thousand, and by that time maybe you'll have your poker fix for the night. Or maybe you go on a big tear and you just keep changing tables. But this is too much money to have on the table in front of you, because when it's on the table in front of you, it's all at risk. You can't, you know what I mean? For my non-poker friends, you can't just take that money off the table. If it's on the table, you can't just say, I don't want to risk it anymore. You can quit, or you could switch tables, but you can't just start taking it off and shoving it in your pocket, which is one of every poker player's pet peeve about every poker player, about almost every poker movie except with rounders, is there's this trope that they use in movies about poker where there's always some climactic scene where the hero is ready to risk it all and the villain has suddenly made a bet that is so preposterously huge that the hero has no choice but to fold because he can't match this really rich bet. But then lo and behold, somehow or another, someone backs him or something happens and he's able to match the bet and win the hand, right? It drives fucking poker players crazy because that's not how poker works. It's table stakes. You play for the money that's on the table in front of you. You can't just... Now, listen, you can add on. Let's say between hands, you say, hey, I'd like to add some money. Let's pretend there's no cap on your buy-in. No one's going to object to that. Like if you're watching Live at the Bike and they're playing, no limit, and there's no limit to the buy-in, well, you might see Garrett buy in for $100,000, and then someone else buys in for $100,000, and Garrett wants to be the bigger stack, so he adds $50,000 to the stack, right? That's different. But you can't, in the middle of a fucking hand, if I go all in, Garrett can't, or whoever I'm playing against, can't reach into a duffel bag and pull out more cash than I have, and I have to fold. Because if that was the rules of poker, then Bill Gates he would win every poker hand. Bill Gates would just go to the biggest poker game in the world and make a bet that nobody else could match, and he would win the hand. So you can only bet with what's in front of you. You can't just be taking money off the table. So it's goddamn maddening when you see that in poker movies. And they did that. A friend of mine named Damien made a movie called Shade, and Sylvester Stallone and a famous actress, I forget who it was, were in the movie. And it's like one of these and it's a gambling movie with like a con theme, and I love a good con movie like The Sting, or I love that theme. Vigilante justice and con men. I love those themes. And the movie, a lot of people, it didn't do well. I enjoyed it though, because I don't know. My friend made it, and there's still enough in there for me that I don't know. I can be easy to please. You'll be amazed at what movies I'm like, it wasn't bad, and then what movies I just don't like. Like Mr. and Mrs. Smith, I hated that fucking movie. To me, the whole movie was nothing but them posing. It was like 90 minutes of watching them pose. Anyway, there's the credits, the opening credits of the movie Shade are fucking amazing though, because they show all of these like gambling sleight of hand type moves, and they do it with clear glass. And let me show it to you. It's fucking awesome. Hold on a second. This is really cool. But this movie did the same stupid thing where the movie ends. Watch this shit. I think this is Damien's Hands, I think. Jamie Foxx was in this. They had like a lot of Melanie Griffith. This is such a cool idea to film this through glass underneath so you could see it. That's what we call second dealing, where it looks like you're dealing the top card and you're really dealing the second card. That last thing was just a trick. So there's some more for you. But yeah, the movie ends with Sylvester Stallone in a poker game, and where there's a bet that's so big, and so I heard that Damien talked about it, and he said that he goes, I know that this drives poker players crazy because this isn't the way poker works in real life. I know it drives them nuts, but we did it for dramatic effect. So they're always using that as an excuse. They're always as an excuse that, directors and when they write screenplays and when directors make movies, they always do dumb shit. And they always say that it's going to be better dramatically. And it never is. They make shit up. They change things that don't need to be changed. Rogan's always using the wrestler as an example, where they just fuck up the timeline of the UFC and they change who he actually fought in the match. It's like, why do they... It didn't make anything better. People just want to put their fucking fingerprint on something. But this shit is... this is some beautiful, beautiful sleight of hand. Just really visual stuff. It's really cool. You were the hair lip on Poker Stars. I don't know if I ever played with you. I have no idea. The hair lip seems like like the kind of screen name that it sounds so familiar, that, yeah, written and directed Damien Nyman. That's my friend. Damien Nyman. I still like this movie. I don't care. I know people panned it. I liked it. Even though, like I said, that drove me nuts. There's some inside jokes here. If I remember, this is supposed to be like the Magic Castle here, and that they're in is my recollection. If only the Magic Castle had dancing women. If only there was a private club for magicians that was this cool. Look, the Magic Castle is super cool. Don't get me wrong. I love it, but it ain't this cool. You were hair lip, huh? I can't remember on Poker Stars. I must have been on Poker Stars. I'm thinking my screen name was always going to be either some version of Vigilante or Neon Man. Or my real name, or I just used Zach Waldman. I've always been pretty straightforward with just using my real name. So that's crazy. I've got a story for you with regard to online poker cheating. This is I haven't told this story in a million years. But this is the way I remember stories is when people bring up something and triggers a memory. Oh yeah, you collect poker books? You took hair lip name from a 1950s book called Anatomy of a Poker Player. I have that book. I have a lot of poker books too. Was that from 2+2? Anatomy of a Poker Player? I don't know. I'll tell you, one of my favorite places to go is when you're in Vegas, the Gambler's Bookshop. There's actually two. There's like the one's like more of is big, and they sell slot machines and craps tables and all kinds of awesome dice and decks of cards. And that one's downtown Vegas. Then there's the other Gambler's Bookstore, which is like a small, like dusty, like old. I mean, it's clean, but I mean, it has like that feel of like an old record shop, and they have collectible gambling books and stuff. It's fucking really cool place to visit if you like collectible books and stuff, especially if you love gambling books. They got all kinds of neat shit in there. So I was in. I had a friend who was he says to me, he was a wealthy guy, and he said, I've got these neighbors. They're Russians. And this was during the height of the online poker boom. So this is when Full Tilt is going full tilt. At the time, I was still playing on Paradise Poker. I played on full tilt, probably, in Poker Stars the least. Believe it or not, I used Mike Caro. Mike Caro is a famous poker player who wrote the famous Book of Tells, Caro's Book of Tells, and had a early video series on VHS where he demonstrated on video how people reacted to looking at their cards. And he's considered the all-time greatest 5-card draw poker player who ever lived. That's what they say. There was nobody better at like old school, like the purest form of old school cowboy poker. Anywho, this was during the height of the and Mike Caro had an online poker site. Sklansky and Malmuth, they had Paradise Poker. That was the site affiliated with 2+2 was Paradise Poker. That was my main spot. And then there was Caro's, who was, I can't remember what the fuck it was called, but I was on that one too. And these things were like, if anybody ever played adventure games from the old days of the Sierra video games, it was like that. It felt like being in the early days of Sierra adventure games, these websites. All the servers, were located overseas and shit. I don't understand why we don't have good online poker when there's all these gambling sites are like BetDSL and shit. They're all out there. So stupid, man. I was hoping that because of the pandemic, they would go, this isn't fair to these casinos. Let's go ahead and allow like, the Bellagio and all these other casinos. Let's allow them to start up online gambling operations, and let's let people from wherever that wants to go online and play poker and stuff and gamble. And while people are locked in, let's that these casinos, they have nobody going to them, nobody wants to go to them, people are locked at home. Let's let them gamble, motherfuckers. That's right. Mike Harrow did write the forward to Super System, and he also has a whole chapter in Super System. I'm a big Mike Harrow fan. I think that guy's awesome. But from what you're telling me, it might be the end of online poker anyway. So this is crazy what you're telling me. They're all cheating. Wow. I'm going to tell you what my cheating story in a second. So I want to reread what you said he's doing. He said he uses a second computer with a solver, 60,000 scenarios to make the perfect GTO decision on Poker Stars and GG Poker and ACR. Uses okay. So I guess he's somehow either typing in the scenarios, like entering the situations fast enough. Like he's creating profiles on the users. What I think you do is you've got to make it so that everybody is playing without usernames. That every time you sit down to play a hand, you just have a randomly generated like bunch of numbers. I mean, at a table rather, and your username for that session is this randomly set, so nobody can know, so nobody can build a profile, because that's what happens. You've got a username, right? And you're playing with you've got everybody else's usernames. So you start building up a profile, and you start storing information in your computer. You start saying, oh, every time I play against Hairlip, I've entered all the hand histories, and he tends to fold to aggression at a high percentage. So I know I should go ahead and bluff him more often. So, but if I didn't know who I was playing against, I wouldn't be able to build up any kind of, so I download the hand histories. Who cares? Like your username is going to be completely different the next time we play. That just seems to be like the only fair thing to do. So yeah, he's obviously, building up, downloading hand histories, or however he's capturing the data, putting it in a second computer using a solver. And yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all that he's doing that. Sheldon Adelstein, owner of the Venetian's the biggest lobbyist against online poker. Yeah, he's a total piece of shit, that guy. The second computer uses a camera pointed at the monitor that's playing poker and reads everything in real time. Wow. So kind of like an optical character recognition type of situation. That's fucking not surprising. But it's still, oh wow. So even if they had random user, even without the user's profile, you would still be having a computer making the best situation, the best decision for you. Wow. So this is what happened with me. This is fucking bonkers. Everybody sit back. I'll tell you what, I need to see at least one thumbs up from somebody to let me know. Let me go from 3 thumbs up to 4 if you want to hear a batshit crazy story about online poker cheaters and Russians, and I'll tell you the story. Because I've been going 3 hours. I'm hungry. It's beautiful outside. I think doing the show at noon is going to work well for me. But it's not even 4 o'clock yet here, and the sun is shining. I could go and work out. I could meditate, masturbate. I could eat. And I could save this story for somebody that gives a shit tomorrow. So give me a thumbs up to let me know that you want to hear a batshit story about Russian online poker cheating. It's pretty. It has very little to do with poker cheating. And it's Russians. It's going to be good. I can't feel like I'm just speaking into the ether. You know what I mean? Dub style. Does that make sense to you? That I don't want to just feel like I'm talking into the ether. I covered parents getting drunk and high on elementary school Zooms. Talked about Joe Rogan. And I do. I think Rogan. I do think there's a possibility Rogan says, "Fuck you guys. I'm leaving," and just says, "Here's the money back. I'm putting everything back to normal. I'll stay in Austin because I like it here, but I'm just gonna do shit my way." I could see Rogan's the kind of that would be the most baller thing Rogan could do, and I bet they'd cave. I bet Spotify would go, no, because corporations need to stop fighting. I need to start fighting against woke culture, and they need to stop caving to it. The New York Times caved to woke culture, and they let them edit the op-ed. The New York Times, who allowed the Taliban to have an article in the op-ed, and rightfully so, because the New York Times used to be the paper of record, and the op-ed is for controversy, and it was a way of hearing what the Taliban had to say and learning about them. That's the same newspaper that then censored a United States senator because the woke mob demanded it. So we need corporations and we need people to start standing up. So either Spotify needs to put all of the episodes on and allow Eddie Bravo and Alex Jones and Maya Yiannopoulos and whomever else Joe wants on. Or if they're not going to do it, Joe needs to say, you know what? Here's the money back. I don't want to do this. This is not working. I'm losing all my credibility, and I'm rich and famous enough. And, and then his fans would have so much more respect. They would go, fuck yeah, Rogan's a real motherfucker. He basically said, take your $100 million and shove it up your ass. And he'd probably say, hey, everybody, by the way, it wasn't $100 million. That's what everybody told you. But it wasn't $100 million. That's what was reported. I'm not going to tell you what it was. I'm not going to tell you what the deal was because my lawyer said, but it just, you know what? It wasn't working out. Nobody was happy. I wasn't happy. Joey Diaz wasn't happy when he found out. And Eddie Bravo, and they weren't happy when they found out they weren't going to be allowed on anymore. I wasn't happy. Nobody was happy. The fans weren't happy, so fuck it. So I just backed out of it. I'm going to stay here in Austin, and I like Austin, and people would be like, fuck yeah, man. And then he'd go, you know what? And then if he was smart, he'd say, I'm just going to keep shit on YouTube, but I'm going to go ahead and build my own thing, just like Anthony Cumia, or just like Zach Waldman. I'm just gonna create my own paywall, and I'm gonna stream it all myself. I'll still have free streams, and then there'll be shit behind a paywall. And you know what? I have 9.5 million YouTube subscribers. If you all give me $1 a month, that's almost $10 million a month. I think I could live off of $10 million a month. You don't think motherfucking Joe Rogan could get a 10 million people to give him $1 a month? I bet he could. Yeah, Rudy says I'm in the shower and I want to hear it. He must have some kind of Bluetooth scenario happening. Rudy, use your dick to push the thumbs up button. Dubstyle says it'll never happen. Dubstyle, you are probably right. I don't think Joe Rogan's going to do what I said, but don't you think that would be fucking gangster as fuck? And don't you think his fans would be more rabid and have more respect than ever? And don't you think that if he did it all on his own, that he could make millions and millions of dollars, plenty of money, more money than anybody could ever maybe more than $100 million. Don't you think he could do that? I mean, but whatever. There's no backing out of a signed contract unless they both agree to tear it up. Oh, then you don't know attorneys. There's always a way out. You're not a slave. You know, they could sue him. He could say, hey, his attorney could say, hey, you know what? You told him he wasn't going to be censored, and now you're going back on the word. It's a breach of contract. Let's just shake hands and part ways. If you want to sue us, we'll fight you tooth and nail. We've got plenty of time and money. Eat a dick. Fuck you guys. We're going home. I think he might want to, but Spotify won't agree to it. I don't know. What if he just starts shitting on Spotify constantly? He just does a shitty cast. And he goes, all right, from now on, I'm going to do a show geared toward little kids because I'm not allowed to do what I want. So I'm going to fucking have Bozo the Clown on is going to be the guest every day. My co-host is going to be a fucking Austin's own Aussie the Austin Clown. Welcome, Aussie. It's kind of a weird name, Aussie. You know, it implies you're from Australian, but you're from Austin. Well, Joe, I didn't say it was a great name, but I'm not a great clown. I mean, I'm the number one clown in Austin. Seems like you're sniffing a lot there, Aussie. Been doing rails all night, Joe. Welcome to Austin. Jesus Christ, Joe. This isn't what we hired you to do. No, motherfuckers. You hired me to bring on Eddie Bravo and Alex Jones. You won't let me do that. So you get fucking Aussie, the fucking cracked out, tweaked out, sniffing, grovelly voiced clown. All right? I haven't seen a thumbs up yet for my Russian story. I'm sorry you're in a shower, Dub. I mean, Rudy, rather. But if somebody hits that thumbs up button, so we have there's 4 people watching. I should have at least 4 thumbs up for crying out loud. I'll go ahead and tell the story, but otherwise I'm gonna slowly wrap this up. Let's see here. He says, going back to the cheating thing, it says every stack size, position, and makes every decision instantly. He doesn't have to type in anything. He named it the Dream Machine. Jesus, he was winning $45K per hand in some of the bigger hands. This fucking idiot was too stupid to keep it quiet. You know, it's funny. I loved, my dad taught me to gamble. No, Rudy, that's a thumb up in the chat window. That doesn't do shit. I'm talking about a thumbs up on the video on YouTube. It's cute that you put some thumbs up in the window, but I need 4. I'm saying I have 3 in the thing. My dad taught me to gamble at a very young age. My dad was a stockbroker, so it makes sense. But I remember when I was first allowed to gamble legally, the very first place I ever legally gambled, well, outside of High Lie, I fucking love High Lie, but first time I ever went to a casino and gambled legally, the very first bet I ever legally placed in a casino was in Atlantic City at Video Poker with my dad. And I remember asking him about regular poker. I said, you ever go to the poker room? You taught me to play poker as a kid. And he's like, oh, no. Never go in there. Why not? Oh, a bunch of sharks in there. They'll eat you alive. No, sirree. Don't go in there. It's like there's cheating. They know each other. He talked me out of any idea of playing poker in a casino for years. And then, but I used to love to play cards, and I knew a professional, semi-professional poker player in Chicago who was a full-time cop. Really great guy. He was a beat cop. in Chicago. We used to have shows in Wrigleyville, and a place called Lynx Hall, another one called the Stage Left, and then the Improv Olympic upstairs had a theater we worked in for a while. And the whole comedy troupe would stand on the street handing out flyers to get people to buy tickets for the show. And there was this beat cop. And I wish I knew his name because he played in the World Series of Poker. And I knew so little about poker back then that, you know, like most people, I didn't know that the World Series of Poker was actually this event that went on several weeks that was made up of several small tournaments. You know, that it wasn't just one tournament, it wasn't just one event. Anyway, he was the first person we had in Chicago, we had, Chicago's got the funniest thing. In the Midwest, for casinos, to make them legal, they're on like little river boats. These are river boats that don't go anywhere. Like in Florida, they used to have the Sea Escape cruise, to cruise to nowhere. You get on this cruise ship, they drive out to international waters, so you eat while they drive you out there. And then after you eat, they open up the casino because international waters, you gamble. Then they drive you back and they feed you again, and there's some shitty show, and then you go back home. So near Chicago, like in Indiana, and you could drive to Indiana, they have these little river boats. And they're boats that go nowhere. They're literally attached to the land, and you walk through it like you're boarding a boat. And there's like certain times that have boardings. Like I think you can only board and depart at certain times. It's been years, so I can't remember. Oh, you already did that, Rudy? Fuck. Well, someone else has to do it. You know, I need someone new to hit that thumbs up. So. Just silly rules to be able to gamble, basically. So you're on there, and they had it all, craps and slots and all. I think they have craps. It's like a regular casino. And they had poker rooms, but I still hadn't played poker. But this Chicago cop used to play. I think he was a 7-card stud player. And but I learned some things from him about what, you know, real poker was like, and not the shit I had been playing for all these years among friends, and just, you know, that kind of thing. So I had an interest, and I moved to LA, and there's all these poker rooms. I didn't know they were poker rooms. I just saw casinos. And I was like, what the fuck? They have casinos in LA? One of the first things I did after moving here was was like, I'm going to go see what this is. And I think, I'm not sure which one I went into first. It was, I want to say it was the Commerce, but because I think I remember walking in and just, I mean, I know the first time I walked into Commerce Casino and saw that sea of poker tables, I was like, what the fuck? And it was great, man, when I started playing, because it felt like those days in Miami of the highlight days. It still felt punk fucking rock. It hadn't gotten fucked up yet. It's still pretty great. The poker boom was a really good time. It's kind of seeing some dark days now, but poker is still poker. Especially the Commerce. So, and there is still more of it than there ever was in the past. You know, more access to it than ever. It's amazing. You can go to Florida and play in these beautiful card rooms. So anyway, I moved here in 2000 is when I moved here, and I saw that. I was like, oh, and then I learned about the history of poker in California and LA and how it all started, and I was like, all right, fuck yeah, man. I learned that Los Angeles was like the center of the poker universe. So, hell to the fucking yeah. I went to the bookstore, I went to the internet, I became a member of the 2+2 forums, started studying and posting up hands and asking for advice, and you know, it was fucking, I just fell in love with it, man. And then I played all through the poker boom, and it's a great time. Fucking poker is awesome. I miss poker a lot. It's been so long since I've played. Your intern was a child actor on the Bozo the Clown show. Yeah, exactly. What's the you reminded me of Bozo. I'm trying to. You don't know the name of the red-headed guy from Live at the Bike early days. He's a big-time poster on 2+2. Brilliant professional poker player. I'm gonna look him up real quick. This guy was awesome, but he was controversial. He would piss people off, and they would. I'm trying to think of what this fucking guy's name was. He posted a thread on the 2+2 forums at one point that was just really brilliant. He basically just came out and gave a whole bunch of really like, this is like the truth, motherfuckers. Like, I see a lot of bullshit being said on these forums. I'm just going to tell you the straight up truth. This is what a lot of you don't want to hear, but this is what you should work on. This is, how you should think about the game. And it really started an interesting discussion. And I'm just scrolling quickly to the... I'm trying to get my mouse to do the fast scroll. Why don't you do fast scroll? You got this awesome mouse, but... I'm playing with the button. Let's see. Yeah, whatever. All right. Oh, there he is. There's a great episode where he keeps getting the floor called on him. Lyman, that's it. Abe Lyman. Here he is. This guy has the same hair that I used to have. And he this
you
guy
don't see
was
Nicole right now. I think she's doing sideline reporting tonight, but you will.
I'm here. I'm here.
She's
Can you
here.
hear me?
yeah, let's
Meyer
fast
Wiener,
forward.
hate to say that, but have to.
I love to say that.
Yeah.
These were the early days of Live at the Bike.
This is sort of a clinic.
He's so happy.
Yeah,
One hand.
happy.
Cyrus like a one hand.
Everyone's happy they just beat Lily in a pot, but Lily actually played it perfectly. He just opened.
I have
folded the
never
river.
seen Zach do that before.
Is that really what just happened?
For the record, that's not me, Zach. I've never played on Live at the Bike.
I mean, these are the tables we want. We want these tables, but everyone's like.
But anyway, that's the
"Yeah,
guy I'm
yeah."
talking about. I know most people don't want to sit here and
Oh,
Just
and
check.
they check
This
around.
is what I was saying earlier, guys. You can't.
I'll tell you what,
because
I do
spazzy
remember a
pre-flop
funny
doesn't mean he's gonna
Lyman
bet his
clip.
hand for you after the flop, and he didn't
Here,
bet.
check this
and,
out.
And now
There's
this is a spot where Eldar.
there's an episode. Hold on. Now that I know his name, Lyman gets floor called twice. This is pretty great. So he's a commentator on Live at the Bike. Well, he used to be. And he ends up getting the floor called on him twice. 2, 3, 5. So they got 3 blinds of 2, 3, 5. No limit, uncapped buy-in. All right. Oops.
I got my full equity, and then when I didn't get it, I wanted to
2017. It's funny to think that I feel. I can't believe 2017 feels like that's the early days of Live at the Bike. It's so advanced since then. I mean, I wonder what year it started. I've been watching since the beginning, I think, and it was even more primitive than this at one point.
Would you have done 2 boards or 1 board?
I would have done whatever that other person wanted to do. Whoever wanted to. Hey, yeah. Personally, I would have wanted to do 1 board.
My hair used to look just like that.
It's not sick.
Lyman's got pocket queens.
Send it up.
Drinking, he's playing on
Careful
his
with the
phone.
mini range.
Dude, I gotta fucking say the right thing now because
I like
fucking
send it up.
Kate is here. No, just minimum raise.
Oh, yeah. Okay, wow.
So, see this?
No, I call the floor man. He can't do that. He's a minimum raise.
So this was
That's
20
it
minutes
right there.
before.
I like it. This is good.
As long as he doesn't get banned, it's fine.
This is drama. This is drama.
Okay. Is that minimum raise? Yes. Okay, well, minimum raise is whatever.
Dude, I gotta fucking say the right thing now because
I like
fucking.
So just so to catch you up, 20 minutes earlier, he got the floor called him because he fucked up the way he bet.
Kate is here, and she's getting like something's whispering in her fucking ear. Okay, I'm gonna send it up. I said I'm gonna send it up.
It's a raise. Doug, you pulled it too bad. There you go. That's a raise.
I'm playing Eldar. I mean, I'm going to commentary. I'm not going to owe you 100. I'll be there.
Yeah. Send it up.
Send it up. It's not a raise. Take it back.
I love this.
Seriously.
It's a good thing we're in overtime because this is going to take
No,
forever.
he said it. He said send it up.
Can you
But it's
guys
a
hear
string
it
bet.
okay?
It's a string bet.
No,
Read the floor.
bring the floor. Bring the floor.
All right, so for you non-poker players, if you don't know what a string bet is, you're not like another thing that drives poker players crazy is in movies you'll see people go, all right, I bet you $100, and then the next person goes, all right, I'm going to call that $100, and I'm going to raise you $1 million. Well, you're not allowed to do that. It's called a string bet. You can't call and raise. You're not allowed to do that. It's against the rules. So if you want to raise, the safest thing to do is just to say the word raise. Once you say raise, you could go back and take you could reach into your stack, take some chips, put them in front of you, reach back, take some more chips, put them in front of you until you have as many chips as you want in front of you, as long as you said raise. Flip that around. Let's say someone bets and you take out some chips and you only put out you put out a stack and then you reach back to pull out more without saying anything. It's the same thing. It's a call and a raise. You're not doing it in one motion. You're doing it in two. It's got to be in one motion. So by saying raise, got an itch. By saying raise and indicating that's what you're going to do, then you can make more than one motion. But some people don't talk, right? If they want to raise, what they do is they'll put the whole stack out in front of them, or the whole amount that they want to raise. They push it all out in one movement without talking, or they say raise and then they say the amount. However they do it. But the point is, he already got busted for the way he bet by not doing it in one motion. She called him out for it and said, hey, that's a string bet. And they called him out. And so now he's saying, okay, I'm going to be careful this time with how I say this. And then he proceeds, the way he worded it, he didn't say raise. He thinks it implies raise, but she's like, what is that? That's not a raise, and calls the floor on him again.
All right. This one I'm not gonna lose. This one, I said set it up.
Hold on. He said
Yeah.
send it up.
I had a gut shot. I was
But
going
he
to
just
shut
put
up.
I would have
the
probably
chips out
called. I mean, I have
first, then
to.
he threw this out. It's a string bet. He didn't
No,
say raise.
I said send it up, and then
But he threw this.
She's was right once, and she's not right this time.
It's on tape.
Dominic,
I'll tell you exactly how it happened.
Wait, we do have cameras, you know.
Put 35. It's a string bet.
No, it's not a string bet because I said send it up.
And then he put the 100 in.
Put the call out, and then he threw the 100 out.
But I said set it up long beforehand.
But it's not a raise. So since he wants to set it up a raise.
Set it up is a
Can I
raise.
angle using
Or
that?
set it up is
Like
a
the 80-year-old
raise.
guy.
Let him make a decision. Let's go.
Decision.
Send it up does not mean anything.
He lost the decision. That's so fucking funny to me. It just kills me because he said send it up, and she's like, since when does send it up mean raise? He's going, all right, send it up. It did a straight. He go, what? What is send it up? Send up what? What are you? That doesn't. When did that? This This isn't Black Lives Matter. You don't get to say one thing and mean another. All right? You gotta say raise, motherfucker. It'd be like, it's so funny.
I'm always right. I'm always right.
What the hell is going on in this game?
That's the funniest shit ever. So he's stuck with having to call instead of raise with pocket queens.
Kenny knows the rules. She may be a bad fucking poker player, but she
knows
knows the rules.
for sure.
So we got the
This
rules.
is the worst
We got
poker
the
game.
rules, man.
This is literally
I played with this
literally
guy
the
in the
worst
cowboy
poker
hat.
game in the
Oh, not
history
that
of my life. This is the worst
Why
poker
did we
game.
got
I can't
this?
wait to get out of this game.
Really?
Too funny.
Wow.
He made a decision.
All right,
But it doesn't
so
matter to me, really.
763.
I check. I mean, I don't know.
I just can't believe somebody's calling 4 on you.
I know. I've got 4 called on me twice.
I gotta see who wins the hand
How about
now.
this? Let me say in Vietnamese.
It's gonna buy because I forgot what ended up happening
literally
here.
everywhere I go. I've had the floor called on me
You
twice.
had the floor called on you on 4.
I know.
Right. It's like me saying raise in Vietnamese. It's not binding. It's not the word raise.
No, just send it up is a when you say send it up.
Now he's splashing.
Lyman's a good dude.
No, I'm not.
I want out of the game floor.
I'm just check calling.
I ran into
I
him
have
once
no
at the
fucking
commerce,
clue.
and he was like, no longer a commentary live at the bike. People are just
Hey, Kay, send it up.
Maybe it actually means that.
Yeah, she can make a comment. You
he's
can
a
like,
real
send it up.
fucking poker
maybe
player,
it means
and
that. Who
so
knows?
he's too.
Nobody knows.
Again, live at the bike went corporate.
Possible to know.
You know, you don't hear live at the bike. You don't hear like a lot of bad
Nobody's
language
getting that ruling
anymore.
at the other casino.
It's just, it's still cool if
I
you
don't
love
care either
poker.
way. I'm just
Oh,
having a
look
good
at that.
I literally
River's
don't
a fucking
care
8.
either way.
Send it up.
Send it up.
Oh, that wasn't the
The
river.
next time you raise Lyman, you have to do it like the
The
80-year-old
turn.
guys. I'll see your 35 and I'll raise you.
Oh, that happened in that PLO game. It was so ridiculous.
But that's still
He made a joke there and said, "I'll see your 35 and raise
No,
you."
it's not a string
Just
bet if
called.
I've got the nuts and I
Look at
win.
this. Oh, that's crushing. He's gonna lose to a full house.
What? Joe, you can't say
Fucking
who you're gonna
brutal.
let win. Nobody's being
So-
let to win.
Eldar, mad that you banned
It's
him
not
from
a.
chat.
It's not that big of a pot. I
Good.
mean,
You're lucky.
this
to
doesn't
not
mean
be able
shit
be
to
text messaged
Lyman.
by Elder.
Lyman
You're literally lucky.
plays fucking real high limit PLO. He doesn't even play Hold'em anymore.
I literally
Hardly
have
ever.
no
He
choice.
pretty
I
much
just have to call,
is
I
a
think.
PLO player.
I literally have no
But
choice.
I've never gotten into PLO. I've been told for a long time I should.
Look at this.
But anyway,
How do you save me money?
that means nothing to him. He's just having fun.
How do
But
you
he's a good
save
dude.
me
I ran
money?
into him once, and he's just a really smart guy, real thoughtful poker player. I asked him once if he did poker coaching, and he said, "You know, man, if you play on live at the bike," he goes, "everything is recorded," and he goes, "One of the best things you could do is just play on live at the bike, and then, you know, if you want me to analyze your shit, I'll talk to you about what you did." I don't think he even said he would charge me. This was a few years back, but he was like, "Dude, I don't care. I play on," because that would be the best way to record your hands. He goes, "Used to be, you know, you would sit behind a guy and watch him play and make notes and give him coaching later. But now you could play on live at the bike and see you don't have to speculate about what other people had or about what happened. You don't have to concentrate on recording it. You just sit down and you play, and we have it all, and I'd be happy to give you notes, man." I was like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah, no problem." He's a real good dude, man. So since he's a really good guy, and he's fun, and he's funny, and he's a pro, of course, you know, he doesn't fit in with the corporatization of Live at the Bike, which is still a great show if you love poker. But as we were talking about, it's still great. It hasn't jumped the shark, but that natural trajectory of going from something that's just really raw and like, wow, this is what I always wanted to see, a real poker game with people being real, having fun, table talk, shit talking each other, calling the floor on each other, arguing. Oh, I love it. The arguing that goes on in these casinos, you've never seen. It's so funny. It was very, like, it was almost acceptable. I was never like this, but you play poker in these card rooms out in LA, and the way the people behave. I've seen them throw shit at dealers, curse out dealers. I've seen them have fist fights. I've seen them both stand up and agree to go in the parking lot to fight, which after a while, when I was first playing, I would see two guys get into an argument. They go, you want to go outside and do you want to settle this outside? Okay, let's go. All right. And they would both stand up from the table and they would both leave. And I would kind of be like, I want to go watch these two fucking skinny Asian guys beat the fuck out of each other, right? And they were always older dudes. And, you know, one of the locals was like, they're not going to fight. I'm like, are you sure? How do you know? They're like, trust me, they're not going to fight. Just, you're better off playing cards. I said, okay. So after about 15, 20 minutes, they come back. They both sit down. Oh, I should mention that something I realized was when they stood up, they both got cigarettes out. And that was the thing. He goes, yeah, they're not going to fight. They're going to go smoke. Turned out that is just something that they do all the time there in these fucking casinos. These fucking Asians in particularly stand outside the entrance of the casinos and they smoke like fucking chimneys, right? It's a cultural thing. It's usually older Asians. They're smoke. Some of the younger ones too. And they are playing cards, and they've played with each other 1,000 times, and for whatever reason they don't like each other or they're having a bad night. And then they fucking start screaming at each other. They say they're going to step outside and fight, but what they really do is they go out front and they angrily smoke and they sort out their beef and go, look, I was just mad because you slow rolled me. You know? And the other guy's like, I didn't mean for it to come off as a slow roll. I wasn't my intention. All right. And then so you realize this is just a normal thing there. And then I've seen it walking in and out, by the way. I've been on my way into the casino watching two guys have their fist fight, which is really just them smoking and angrily smoking and then making up. But it's never what you would hope it would be. You're always hoping like, oh man, this is like out of a kung fu movie. Like, this is great. I'm gonna step outside, and these two old Asian guys, I mean, they're old, they're Asian, they must know the real shit, right? Like they must have like chi. I'm gonna go outside and I'm gonna watch one of these old codgers just from like 6 feet away just go, bam, and the other little fucker's just gonna go flying through the air, like through the fucking glass of the casino. You never slow roll me again, or I kill you and your whole family. And I'm like, fuck, that's what I want to see, man. And see, man. But no, turns out no chi, no kung fu, no special powers. You know. But I was new. I didn't know let's go out, let's step outside and beat the shit out of each other really meant let's smoke. Fuck, half the time they're probably going out there. The reason they're angry is probably because one of them messed up the signs. They're probably out there going, you know, I don't fucking know. I don't know what the fuck they're saying. But they're probably saying something like, hey, asshole. Every time I put a $5 chip on the stack closest to me, it means I've got pocket aces. How many fucking times are you going to fucking re-raise my raise when I don't know, are we working together or not? Are you trying to, and you know, that's half the time I think that's what they're mad about is one of them is fucking up the secret signals. I've been vamping. It's been 4 hours now. I've been vamping because I thought somebody would want the Russians cheating poker story. But I'm going to save it, and I'm going to wrap this up. This has been fucking, yeah. Oh, it's past 4:20. It's 4:21. All right. Let me pack this bowl. Real stoners are always late. Happy 420, everybody. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day, your evening, whatever it may be. Thank you for watching. Full ring Omaha is for deep pocket gamblers. It's impossible to calculate your odds. What's over half the deck. Yeah, it's PLO is definitely a whole other world. You were correct. But for the people who are good at it, their advantage over poor players is significant. You know, the whole reason Texas Hold'em first became popular. Happy 420, everybody. We're a couple minutes late, but real stoners are always late. So happy 420. I was going to say is the whole reason Texas Hold'em, when it first became popular, it was limit Hold'em, and it was advertised as any two cards could win. And the thing about Hold'em is if you're a skilled player, you're going to beat an unskilled player over the long run. However, there's enough luck in the game that a shitty poker player who plays shitty offsuit, unpaired hands like, 3-5 offsuit just because it's their favorite hand, because they love 35, whatever the reason is. And they get lucky often enough to keep them coming back for more. One of the problems with traditional cowboy style draw poker, the kind that Mike Caro was so good at, was that a skilled draw poker player, like a 5-card draw, poker player, is going to will crush an unskilled player so hard and so fast that they don't come back for more. They're like, it's like what we talked about with Vegas. Remember I said Vegas is killing the golden goose by killing off people like me. It's like making me, I'm staying downtown, or I'm going to start going to fucking Reno or something, because I'm going to find a place, a casino that offers me a fair game. Because I don't mind I don't mind playing a game at your casino where everything is cheap or free. The food, the rooms, the drinks. And I don't mind spending a lot of money gambling, and I don't even mind losing a portion of that money to pay for all of those amenities. But I don't want my wallet to I don't want my bankroll for the week or weekend or whatever it is to be vaporized. And Vegas right now vaporizes your money for the most part, unless you're, a lot of people just don't know better. If you don't know better and you're playing a lot of these games on the Strip, your money is being vaporized. If you just have money to burn through, maybe it doesn't matter. But if you want to play low, limit $10 hands of blackjack on the Strip, good luck. Your money's the rules, the math is set up in such a way now that instead of it being a slow burn, you just get vaporized. So that's what I'm saying about that's what was happening with draw poker. A skilled draw poker you got a bunch of skilled draw poker players, and then you get somebody that's unskilled. They sit down, they just get beat up so hard. Texas Hold'em, on the other hand, you could be the shittiest poker player in the world and still just get lucky. You could still have a good night. You could sit down and you could just get really good cards, or you could be really shitty and have we've all seen it where somebody is just there for fun. And I love these people, man, who not everybody should be taking it so seriously, right? One of the things that sucks about poker is you sit down and nobody's talking, nobody's drinking, nobody's there to have any fun. They're there because they all study the game. They watch Live at the Bike. They read the books. They post in the forums. They have a coach. They enter tournaments, on and on and on. And I love the people that are like, fuck all that shit. my name's Gary, and you know what I do? I work my ass off all fucking week, and I make a shit ton of money. And losing a couple of $1,000 to you jerk-offs means nothing to me. But oh my God, do I have such a good time drinking, eating, talking shit, and driving you all nuts, playing whatever the fuck hands I feel like, however I want to play them. Thank fucking God for Gary and the people like Gary, because they make the games good, We need more people like that. And so that was what Hold'em offered the public, was a chance to get lucky, And so, Jack Lanham style, exactly right. Don't forget, sitting ringside tonight. Catch us on any and every platform. What's that about, Rudy? You got to clue me in. What are we talking about at this moment? My lighting looks so good. It looks like I'm using an Instagram filter. You know what I think it is since I'm casting during the day, I wanted to see how the light looked with. I don't usually have daylight. Having the daylight come in off this side is filling in a lot. So I think that's what's doing it. Another bonus for streaming at noon. The Galfin Challenge between Phil Galfin and Chance Corneth begins on the 23rd, Zach. Heads up PLO match. Oh, well, that's cool. Very cool. Yeah, it does seem like the best. And I believe a really good PLO player has a significant advantage over an unskilled player. But the swings in PLO are notoriously big. I don't know. It's a world I just have not even started to enter. I cut my teeth as a limit player because no limit wasn't even like a thing that was available. It was very rare. When I started playing in Los Angeles in 2000, and it was funny because again, it was my dad that had talked to me. I was like, fuck this. I started reading books. I started understanding what it was, and I was like, fuck this. There's definitely cheating, but I'm in. I don't give a fuck. I was like, yeah, when you sit down, there might be a bunch of sharks going after you, but one day I want to be one of those sharks. And that's what I did, man. Eventually, look, I can walk into these poker rooms right now, even after not walking in for, obviously it's been over 6 months, but I probably haven't played poker at the Commerce for over a year. I can walk in the next time it opens up, and the other fucking regulars will go, oh, hey, dude, what's up? Like, I never left, by the way. It'll be like, what are you up to? How's magic? They'll be like, they might say, it seems like it's been a bit. Has it been a bit? They'll even remember how I play. It's fucking amazing. They will remember and it's funny. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm picturing certain people in my mind. I guess I know them too and how they play. I guess, that's just what happens. So it's, I love it, man. I love poker. But, I feel like it's the greatest metaphor for life. It's I don't think there's anything that is a better metaphor for life than poker. It's very zen. God, this makes me want to play a lot. There's poker available in Vegas. No, Rudy, I want you to, can you post I know how to make people moderators now. You should be able to post a link if I make you a moderator. Hold on, Rudy. Before we end this, let me do this. My voice is going. Ha, 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 ha. Let's see if I can do this without fucking it up. So, again, do me a favor. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't. Go to ZachWaldman.com/fans. Become a member of the Asylum, my fan club. I am basically exactly halfway to where I need to be to get to join the partner program. I need 1,000 subs and like I think it's 4,000 hours of ouch time. Why is this? This is weird. Ouch time. This is pretty funny. So sorry, I'm deleting some shit. I'm trying to make Rudy a mod. Anyway, I think it's 4,000 hours of watch time, and I've got 2,000 moderators. Jordan Palmer, okay. Rudy Lara, there you are. Okay, how do I do this? Let's see. The fuck. You're listed as an approved user, but I want to make you a moderator. Let's see. Rudy Lara. I want you to be able to post your links. Love poker, hate all the cheats. Yeah, I'm with you. I hate cheaters too, bro. It's available in Vegas with a plexiglass partition between players, and it's 5 or 6 max. Yeah, no, I saw it. I saw the trooper, and I was trying to decide. Like, I thought maybe I could get the users, especially Jordan Palmer, to finance me going to Vegas to do a little poker vlog. This is so frustrating that I can't. Okay, hold on a second here. I gotta try. It's like I gotta copy your fucking URL. I want you to be able to promote your links, and I want to be able to watch you. I want to be able to watch what you are doing. Okay, so here's Rudy. Oh, fuck. That should work now. You should be a moderator, Rudy. Rudy, do me a favor. See if you can post your MMA link. Cool. Yeah, I don't know, man. 5, limiting it to 5 or 6 players. That's not horrible. It'll play faster. The problem is, I mean, there's who the fuck is playing 5 or 6 max in Vegas during COVID? It's probably all your regulars. What are you gonna do? Just everybody's gonna sit there and fold, and like everybody's gonna be trading like, you know, a pot here for a pot there. You know what I mean? I hate those games. Yeah, there you go. Cool. Now we can post. I hate, like, when I'm in Vegas, I'll still play poker sometimes, but a lot of times playing poker, what I'll do is I'm the guy that's the pain in the ass. I'll play some lower limit thing that I don't really care too much about, and I'm like, well, let's just go in there and drink and torture people. And that's what I do, is I drink and I just goof around. And that's fun, but that's the only thing to do in Vegas, because if you try to play in the other games, people are fucking serious in Vegas. The tourists are too serious. Everybody's too fucking serious. So it's not that fun. Whereas you go to the Commerce, it's like action, action, action. You know? Love the action in Los Angeles here. So this was, 4 hours. Jesus Christ. I have to admit, though, I did forget to play when I covered the Emmys thing. I forgot to play this for you. This is really fucking bad. Hold on, let me get some volume for you.
Hands have been.
Okay.
Now it goes into the basket, and we...
He's making a COVID joke about how they have to sanitize the envelope with the winners in it, so he's covering it in Lysol.
Light it up. All right.
Yeah.
Wait 5 seconds.
5?
And then if you grab the fire extinguisher.
Yes, can I have this? Thank you. Okay. Oh, gosh.
Once all the germs have been burned off.
Okay, here we go.
Perfect.
Got it.
Perfect.
Got it. Okay.
And
wait.
oh.
Got it.
All right. All right. Sanitized for your protection.
Yeah.
Now this is exciting.
Oh, shoot.
We are delivering Emmys live to some of the winning nominees in their homes. So they will be getting the trophies in their houses.
What the fuck?
Hey, fucking problem, bitch! Hey, what's your problem? What's the problem?
What's the problem? This is pretty good. I'm not sure why this is on TMZ. Who is this? Vegas Road Rage. Let me see who's involved in this. Hold on a second. I don't think it's anybody famous. All right. I don't know. I watched it before. It's pretty awesome. And you know me. I love a good road rage.
Oh, you tripping! Tripping! I ain't tripping like that!
Little knee there.
Oh, my God!
Separate fight over here. Why can't this motherfucker turn the phone sideways? That guy's on the ground. Oh, don't give him your back like that.
Oh, my
He's got a
God!
leg. What is that?
Oh, shit! Oh, shit!
Oh, shit, he's got a bat.
Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Oh,
Now it's a deadly weapon situation. Now you could shoot this guy.
What the fuck? Leaking too. In my ear. Oh shit.
Hey, bro, watch the fuck out.
Are you serious?
I can't imagine there's not going to be some jail time involved.
Why are you doing all that? What the fuck? She's spooky.
Will you text me that video?
Bro, it's good. What's your number?
702?
Bro, get his number. 702. Ooh, god damn.
What kind of swing is that?
Bro, what the fuck?
Pretty crazy. I love TMZ. What do you got next for us? Whoa, look at that. That's crazy. Giant iceberg flips over on explorers trying to climb it. They decided, these jerk-offs, we're going to climb an iceberg. All right. I mean, how can I not watch this? I got to be honest. I've been casting for over 4 hours. I should end it, but I would have been watching this anyway, so I'll just watch it with you fuckers. Join the fan club. I'd love to have member number 11. There's got to be a tipping point with members, right? ZachWaldman.com/fans. There's got to be a tipping point where, oh, this is not going to work out well. What do you think the benefit of doing this could be? I mean, they don't even have life jackets on. I would hate to end up in the ocean wearing shoes with metal clamps in down jackets. Everything about this seems like a really bad idea. That's the last thing in the world I think I would want to do right there. If not, pretty close to it.
Ciao.
And now the boat's leaving you. Now you're just a couple of assholes. Do you know I have like this recurring nightmare that's similar to this? It's more industrial. Oh, look at it. It's starting to roll. And they're underneath it. Wow. What a fucking nightmare. And now you've got heavy boots on. We're just going to watch TMZ together. Now you've got heavy boots on with fucking no life vest. And you're in this. Oh. Is there anything worse to be in trying to swim in than one of those jackets? Nose is itchy. That means I'm going to kiss a fool. Any fools want to come over? Here's the thing. It's like, oh yeah, my recurring nightmare. So in the nightmare, I somehow end up on like this giant, like imagine, it's so hard to describe, a giant like metal structure that is of a scale like just a mammoth, insanely huge scale, like in the middle of like a body of water, like the ocean. So I'm just in the ocean on this thing that's like huge, but it's just metal. It's just like scaffolding, essentially. I'm just like, and it's doing something. It's some kind of like, there's other shit other than scaffolding. There's like it's like a power plant or something. You know what I mean? It has some industrial purpose, but somehow I'm stranded on the motherfucker. It's like being stranded on an island, but with zero chance, I mean, of anything. Because, I mean, you're not doing shit on this motherfucker. You're not finding something to go fishing with, and you're not grabbing any fish by hand. You're in a torrential, you're in the middle of the goddamn ocean. So my point is, that's a recurring nightmare for me to see people doing that. I mean, it was like a big log roll. Fucking morons. This is a Dunkin' Donuts customer freaking out.
What? Frozen coffee? Yes.
Please, the most offensive thing is these fucking idiots. Oh, well, it's on TikTok. That's why it's filmed this way. Still, come on. Let's default to landscape, shall we? Portrait, which is which? Sideways. Let's default to that.
He just threw the bag at my friend for no reason, like literally none.
Hey, I know I want you. Come over here.
I love a good Dunkin' Donuts
You
fan.
ain't never finna come up in my face again. I promise you that. Nor will you slam something in my face.
Do not speak to me like that.
What,
Excuse you?
Leah,
Excuse you.
what's your issue? Like, what did
No,
we do to you?
no, the fuck? He is not ever
don't
gonna throw my
know
stuff
him.
at me or slam it in my face.
We don't know him. We don't know
I need him to calm down.
We
What
didn't
the
say
fuck? I
anything
didn't
to
say
him.
nothing to him.
He
I told
wasn't
him
even our
he
you were
forgot our
helping us.
stuff, and he proceeded to close the door
Oh,
in my
fuck.
face and slam it, and then threw
Sorry.
it at me. Threw it in my fucking car.
threw
So
it.
I'm
Fucking,
either
I
gonna
gotta
call
get used to the
corporate or he
stream
needs to
deck.
get
I
fired
just forget
today.
I have it. It wasn't that great anyway. Man shot and killed for swinging bat in California Walmart. Yeah, I know. Sorry about that. You didn't miss much. I told you you can shoot somebody swinging a bat at you. I haven't seen this. This isn't going to go well for him. It's always a righty. You never see lefties swinging bats at cops. At least he's got a better grip than the other guy. The other guy was using one hand. Ooh, Subway? They have a Subway there at Walmart? I haven't had Subway in a long time. Oh, I missed him.
Fuck.
I was too busy looking at the Subway and getting hungry. There he goes. Oh no, I'm sad.
Fuck.
Where's the riot? California Walmart. Wah, wah, wah. Fuck. This thing just keeps going. I don't know how I ended up on on a fucking TMZ thread, but I like it. North Dakota city councilwoman comes out as gay during LGBTQ. I'm not using the letters anymore, by the way. She came out as gay during a debate about gay rights. Not doing it.
I'll put my...
Gay is the only word you need. You only need the word gay. You don't need to throw in... Jordan Peterson explained why they keep adding more and more letters. It's because you can keep adding more and more letters because you can keep finding a reason to put somebody in a category. You know, it's lesbian, gay, and then now it's like they're adding like Pacific Islanders or whatever the fuck it is. And then it's like, well, what about shore people? They're going to have midgets. It's like fucking, that's why we just have words for things. Gay is all you need.
Hand up.
Okay.
Just like the mayor does with
Okay.
I'm not waving
But guess what? You don't get to tell me when I can stop speaking.
Well, I'm going to.
I'm an elected official. You can't do that.
Can I do that, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Walker, if she's given the floor, I'm going to give her the 5 minutes just like everyone else,
Okay,
and I
5
will
minutes.
let you finish up your 5 minutes.
And you'll start the clock.
Clock is running as
Please,
soon as...
I don't
go
need
ahead.
5 minutes.
Please go ahead.
So, Mr. Walker, if you're not aware, and I think a lot of people in this room are not aware and have come here just because this is a gay issue, I am proudly the first openly elected lesbian in North Dakota.
I think it's pretty obvious that you're a lesbian. I think everybody knew.
So that is why I'm not paying any heed to your crap. We the people...
Yeah, you like that, Rudy? Like, you think that should be a promo? Like that? I'm watching the cops chase the guy. I got totally distracted by a Subway, and I started thinking about tuna, and I was like, I could make tuna tonight. Maybe I'll have tuna now. I was like, oh fuck, he's dead. Oops.
I'm the people. I live in Minot. I have a taxpayer. I am a person.
You're the first openly gay councilwoman in North Dakota. I think you're all the first council people in North Dakota. Didn't you guys just get electricity?
I get to see myself represented on that flagpole just as much as the people.
Hey, don't say flagpole. That's not right. We don't say fag anymore.
People who got the Juneteenth flag last month as much.
Hey, what did I just tell? Why is she calling everybody fag? See, now that she came out as a lesbian, you're right, Rudy. Who cares? Why does it fucking matter? But it's also, I don't know. Just she came out as a lesbian, and now she keeps saying fag is every other word with her all of a sudden.
As the POW MIAs will get later this month, every single person is entitled to see themselves represented. We are not some group of people who live in San Francisco or Seattle.
Oh no, they're everywhere, but there's a lot of them there.
We are here.
We're queer.
We are your elected officials. We are your brothers. We are your...
It would be great if one of these guys was like, she keeps saying we. No, it's she's the only one, and all the other people in the council are like, yeah, we're all straight. Yeah. She should be saying, I am one of your elected officials. I am gay because the rest of us were all. Except for Marvin over there. Marvin is bi-curious. Is that right, Marvin? That's right. I am a little bi-curious.
Sisters. And don't tell me you're not hate.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. When Mr. Garrison, just calling everybody a fag once it became transgender, exactly. I used to love when Garrison was clearly gay, and he kept on talking about how much he loved pussy all the time.
Hatred and anger. That's all I feel. I've had to listen to it for days now, as is the...
Hey, for gays now.
Mayor and...
That's what we're here for. We're here for gays.
Many of my colleagues. It is unacceptable. This city is big enough for all of us. Me having a flag flying doesn't...
Why does she keep saying fag? We're not flying any fags, and stop using that word.
Take away anything from your rights and freedoms.
I bet she is not a passionate lover. I feel like she's the softball, like good at softball playing kind of lesbian, not the I want to suck on your tongue kind of lesbian. The lesbian porn I'm watching now is I'm pretty much just watching them making out. I'm telling you, it's been good for me to dial back on the porn. I've told you the obvious reason, you know, because the shame level is so much lower when you're done. You know, you don't have to rush to turn it off. It's like you get off and there's two gorgeous women passionately kissing and sucking each other's tongues. And you're like, all right, I got off and I have no problem continuing to watch this, as opposed to, you know, when you're watching, you know, some German shit porn, and then you're like, what did I do? What did I do? What's wrong with me? Now, me personally, I've never been a shit porn guy, but you understand my point.
But you know what it does for me? It shows me I live in a
Ooh, she definitely wants to fist somebody.
city that appreciates and embraces me and the people of my community, and that I can live here and feel safe. That's what it does.
What's the argument? What's the problem here? I wish they knew it. I wonder if she's like, you know, whatever.
I'm sorry it doesn't make you feel comfortable, but
I'm comfortable. I'm having a good time. I'm uncomfortable with your haircut, but otherwise.
We're here.
Today I was watching Crystal Ball on Rising. She's like, you know, I think one of the hottest women that's ever lived. But the fucking outfit she was wearing today, what the fuck? What the fuck, Crystal? I've been trying to find a girl that does porn that sort of looks like Crystal Ball, you know, so you can have like a doppelganger. You ever do that? There's ever somebody you're like, that chick's super hot. So like, you know, like I would cuck myself that way. I'd find a girl in porn that looks like my girlfriend and I'd watch her get railed and I'd be like, this is cool. I could be a cuck without actually being a cuck because this girl just looks like my girlfriend. Because I don't really want to be a cuck. I want to do like virtual cuckality. I want to be a virtual cuck. So it's like, clearly a bitch. Sure beats watching two guys passionately make out. Man, this is a Wendy's drive-thru. Two guys making out. That's not cool, Rudy. Nobody's looking for that. Not even gay guys.
We're queer and we're not going
We're here.
away.
Thank you. Thank you for exposing your...
Look at this guy was all excited and he thought everybody was going to stand up and join him and no one responded.
Self and your anger.
Yeah, let's go back. What? Oh, fuck. I wanted to go back, you whore. Hold on. How do I go back? Slut. God damn it. She's about to go on a racist, homophobic tirade at Starbucks. All right, I gotta get out of this. Although I really did want to go back one and watch. I really wanted to see that fucking guy stand up with enthusiasm while no one else did. That was awesome. Fuck. How am I gonna... Okay, I gotta get out of this rabbit hole. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's drive-thru. Can you please stop yelling the word fag? People can hear you inside. That's hilarious.
The ultimate zing.
How's the level of the ultimate zing?
The ultimate zing.
No, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Have a great day, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day. Have a good day. Hi. Ma'am, please leave our store. Excuse me. Please step over there for me.
Yeah. You need to check. No, I don't. No, you need to check.
Excuse me, please leave our store. Thank you.
I don't need to do anything.
Please leave our store.
Yes, you do. First of all, it doesn't matter. That's
Shoot her.
what we're going through. That's
Whoa.
what we're gonna call the cops. Call the police because
Get
they're
out
not
of
gonna
her
help you.
face.
You're in
Have a good day.
I'm gonna let your manager know, bitch. What the are you gonna do? Nothing. He's a so are you, bitch.
Have a good one.
Hey, if you're gonna promise me a disgusting, racist, homophobic tirade at Starbucks, you can't bleep the words. What the fuck is this TMZ for children?
That's what we got you murdered.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Tell them that. You're a mother. Don't tell me who the you
What
are.
else is
I
new?
need you to
Thank you.
go bad. You're a mother. You're just
There was a lot of faggots in there. I've never called a gay person a faggot. I mean, unless they were acting like a faggot. You know what I'm saying? You can't. there's no way you live in LA and you don't have a million gay friends, right? I mean, Jesus Christ. And they're good to have around because sometimes you get lonely. Anyway, the point is, if I'm with one of my gay friends and I was mad at him, like legitimately, I don't know why this would happen. I don't fight with my friends like this. But in other words, the only way I would call a gay friend of mine or any gay person a faggot is if I was like, we went fishing and he was like, oh, I don't want to put the worm on the hook. I'd be like, come on, don't be a faggot. You know what I'm saying? But I would never, in a fit of anger, use that word that way. And she's doing it. So whenever those words, I don't even feel are effective, because if this young man is in fact gay, then he's heard that his whole life. He's like, you know how many assholes I've run into that have called me this name? He's anesthetized to the word. He doesn't give a shit. This only reflects poorly on her. It doesn't do anything to him. He doesn't care.
Like, I need to know when you go viral. Two ugly ass black people that nobody with, bitch.
Do you not see your skin? You're black.
Bitch, I'm a Native American. Do I
Excuse you.
look like you? Do I look like you?
They
Your big
have a
ass
crazy lady in our
nose.
store.
Shut
Can you
up.
please come?
That's one of my favorites. I've seen that before. Black people make fun of the color of other black people's skin. King of All Blacks on the Howard Stern show has done that, where it's like, oh, that guy's really black. And it's like, well, what are you? And he's like, yeah, but I'm not as dark as him. Like it's so funny when black people are racist toward other black people because they are darker than them. They're like, don't you see that you're darker than I am? You look like Seal, and I'm the color of cardboard. Can't you see that I'm the good kind of black and you're the bad kind of black? That's fucking hilarious. I've seen that before. That's what you basically just said. Oh, man. All right.
Nice job.
Seriously, you're not supposed to have e-bikes on this thing.
This is a handicap piece of equipment.
And
what?
show me the rules saying that you're allowed to do this.
Now this is a guy you could call a faggot. And you'd be right to. Not because he's gay, but you'd be right to call this guy any name you want. Oh boy, so this guy's handicapped. Okay, I got to get out of I got to end this podcast. I got to do that. I can't keep going. I'm hungry. But this is the end. I swear, this is the last video. This is too fucking retarded. I'm seeing all this for the first time. I got to stop watching this alone. After I end the cast, I can't keep watching either. I got to end this. This fucking guy is handicapped. He's on a path, on a hiking trail. And this fucking guy wearing this ridiculous fucking rash guard. I mean, calling this a rash guard is an insult to rash guards. And he is starting to reprimand a disabled man for using a handicapped scooter on a park trail. Ooh.
You're serious? Who are you?
Come on, buddy. You're breaking the rules at the park.
Oh my God, his voice, he sounds like Quentin Tarantino. Listen to his voice.
Nice job.
And he was even friendly. He was like, hey, nice job. He was like being friendly.
You're not supposed to have e-bikes on this thing.
This is a handicap piece of equipment.
And
what?
show me the rules saying that you're allowed to do this.
Tell me that doesn't sound like Quentin Tarantino. Where are the rules? I can't do a Quentin Tarantino. Hey, man, wait, show me the rules, I can't do impressions.
You're serious? Who are you?
Come on, buddy.
Come on,
You're breaking the rules at the park.
You're breaking the rules at the park. I get the good coffee. She buys the cheap coffee. I buy the good stuff. All right? Because I want a good cup of coffee. Come on, buddy. You're breaking the rules of the park.
It's a handicap piece of equipment. I can't walk.
You should have led with that.
Oh my God. Is this Red Nose and Jules hiking? That little dumb cunt whore gets his back and says, he says, I can't walk. I'm disabled. I can't walk. And she's like, you should have led with that. Like what did they think he was doing? Did they think he was just a guy that enjoyed, like, well, I don't have an ATV or a dune buggy or a fucking hovercraft. So what I did was I decided to drive around my wheelchair. Remember that movie? I think it was called Silver Bullet. It was an awesome movie about werewolves where this guy designed, like, his nephew. I think it was his nephew or his, whoever it was. He designs him a wheelchair that's like fucking high powered. It's like a motorcycle wheelchair. And he's like, don't tell your parents how fast it goes. And it was his wheelchair, I think, was the Silver Bullet. Anybody? And so it's like, is that what this guy thinks? He's got like this all-terrain vehicle, and he's like, and I can't believe she gets his back. Like, yeah, you should have opened with that.
You're serious? Who are you?
Come on, buddy. You're breaking the rules at the park.
It's a handicapped piece of equipment. I can't walk.
You should have led with that.
You should have led with that? How about you two should mind your own fucking business? You two are the biggest fucking assholes of 2020, maybe. I mean, it's been quite a year, but you're a contender, all right? I mean, you can't get, like, best douchebag or, like, whatever the equivalent of, like, best picture would be, because that's got to belong to somebody like an Antifa or, like, to, Senator, what is his name, Ted Wheeler? It's got to belong to somebody like that, or maybe the chief of police of Santa Monica who ordered the cops to tear gas the peaceful protesters and do nothing about the violent looters destroying the businesses, setting fires. I'm getting mouse arm from the way I'm holding my arm for this mouse from doing a fucking 5-hour podcast. And not a single one of you cunts joined my fan club. Come on, I've earned $5 goddamn from you. Go to ZachWaldman.com/fans.
I said it. Is this your husband? Class act, brother. You're a class act.
You guys are a class act. You know the rules.
Class act. I mean, you're
to be there, bro.
God, dude.
Everyone's on a motorcycle.
Wow. Class act.
This guy is a better person than me. I would have said, you keep bringing up the rules. I'm going to tell you the rules. I can't walk. This is how I get around. I'm allowed to enjoy the park too. I'm going to tell you another rule is that people like you with a dark, soulless inside with no thought or feeling, the rule is people like you get reincarnated as stand-up comedians during COVID. I can only assume that I was this asshole in another life, and I am now living that punishment, because otherwise I can't explain the hell I'm in. The point is, he's definitely going to hell, and I'm definitely ending the cast on that. I have mouse arm. I'm hungry. It's beautiful out. I love you all. I love you all more than chocolate cake. Thank you for watching the show. I will maybe be doing some short uploads, like quick 5-minute videos. So make sure you're subscribed. Hit that notification bell. Choose all so that you get notified when I upload a video. You never know, I might do a surprise late night cast. But the official schedule for the show, Monday through Thursdays, noon Pacific Standard Time. That is the official schedule of the show. Noon, Monday through Thursday, Pacific Standard Time. Everything else will be bonus. And also, of course, the really super duper bonus content is in the Asylum, which you can become a member of by going to ZachWaldman.com/fans. I'd really thank you for that. I appreciate that, Rudy. And I'll make you a stinger. I'm going to do some stuff for the subscribers. I've made a couple of them. But I got to make more. And now that I got all those bugs sorted out. And, geez, I think that's it. Twitter, Instagram, you know where to find me. It's all under my name. You can, I guess that's it, man. I'm just making sure. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I feel like, I don't know, man. But it's got to be over, right? I talked about everything I said I was going to. We did that. Maybe you can join us tonight and talk MMA. I'll send you an invite. Feel free to join. All right. I actually may not be around this evening, but if I am, I would love to. I've missed the last couple of UFCs too on Saturday nights. Man, my elbow's really fucked up from the way I had it sitting all this time. Great. I need somebody to arm bar it to put it back to normal. Thanks for watching. Thank you for those of you who are members of the fan club. I really do appreciate it. It's what keeps me going. This is what I do full time now, since stand-up comedy and magic is not an option for the foreseeable future. And one of the reasons I started doing this at noon is because it is going to come back, and when it does, this is, a time where most of the time I'll be able to continue to do this live because this is a time I don't normally have gigs, the middle of the afternoon at noon. And if I do have like some gig out of town or something, I could always do some kind of little stream from wherever I am on the road, so that could always be cool. All kinds of things in the future I've planned. If you want to, I think the cops are out there right outside my balcony. What do you think I should do? I think balcony cam. I think I have this shitty webcam sitting over here. I'm thinking I could, although craziest thing, man, you can get HD 30 FPS high def camcorders now that you can also use as a webcam for under $100. There was a run on webcams during the beginning of the lockdown. Now, a lot of that's been replenished. But at the same time, there's all these like fucking really good cameras that are like less than $100. So anyway, I have this shitty camera. I'm thinking I should put it on a tripod and face it off my balcony onto my streets, and we could just check in with the live camera because you could see. Now, I thought about the hummingbird feeder, making a hummingbird camera, but I'm thinking just off the balcony because there's always people walking by we could talk shit about. So anyway, just a thought. Or maybe I only do that for the members. Maybe if we're going to get crazy, right? That's the other thing is, as soon as I put things behind the paywall, what that does is it frees me up to do crazier shit. And one of the reasons is not just because I don't have to worry about censorship from YouTube, but also that there's a higher bar to entry. So I'm more comfortable getting really crazy there and going, yeah, no one's going to just stumble across this. Like, you have to be a fan to, to see this. And if you're a fan, you're not going to get upset. But if I put a camera on my balcony and start making fun of my neighbors, I wouldn't make fun of my neighbors, but I'm saying people out there, and somehow people figured it out. And then it's like, I don't know. I'm just saying I should make it harder to watch. Maybe it's a bad idea because everybody knows where I'm easy to find, and maybe it's a bad idea because I would have like strangers, like people would find out where it was and they'd be out on the street doing all kinds of dumb shit. And all of a sudden it would be a problem. It'd be like, why was there a flash mob in Santa Monica today below a balcony? And it's like, oh, because this live streamer has a camera that people are just showing up and doing dumb shit in front of. And the next thing you know, I'll have fucking Antifa and BLM, burn, loot, and murder will be out there. Anyway. Man, I fucked up my elbow. I can't believe this is the worst arm bar I've ever had. And it's from me holding my arm in the same position doing a 5-hour stream. Have a beautiful day, everybody. I love y'all. As always, I'm going to play you out with a little Reverend Carl. Stay safe. Do it all. Blah, 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 blah. I'm really ending it. I'm really doing it. And this is how we always end it, little Reverend Carl. Have a beautiful day, everybody. See you tomorrow.
It's 2 a.m., 14 below, it's closed. My work is done, but I'm feeling low, and I wanna play the night away, the night away. I can't stand to be alone. I gotta bring over some people to fill up my empty home. Yes, I do. Yes, I do now. I'm having a party, having a party, having a party. I'm having a party, people. And a party, people. Well, well, well. Put out the word to the chosen few. I got the SMC, my friends. Bring your choice of brews, your choice of brews. The buzz is on and the mood is set. The candles burn as the turntables turn by the TV set. Yes, they do. Yes, they do now. Having a party, having a party, having a party, having a party, people, having a party, people, and everybody's getting down now. Party people, having a party, having a party, having a party, people, having a party, people. Well, well, the monster man is feeling smooth. While in the mirror he's busting moves till he finds his groove, till he finds his groove. A Johnny Poet is feeling numb. He's gonna drink until the sunlight comes out to play. He's always running away. Where are your shoes today now? Having a party, having a party, having a party, we having a party, people. Party people, and everybody's getting down now. Party people, having a party, having a party, we having a party people, and a party people. Having plenty of fun. He's been drinking them 21s like they're going out of style. A jungleberry is scabbing tabs. He'll smoke all the weed you have if you let him away with it. Let him away with it. Let him away with it. Away with it. Away with it now. Having a party. Having a party. Having a party. We having a party. Dressed in plain, he'd like to bop the night away, cause he's come a long way from that Ventura County girly girl by the telephone. She's been waiting on a man to call so she can share her love, share her love.